Good morning, this is the news. I'm Leah Obaga. Super petrol, diesel and kerosene prices have gone up by 8.99 shillings, 8.67 and 9.65 per litre respectively. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority says the review will see a litre of petrol now go for 186.31, that is in Nairobi, while diesel and kerosene will sell at 171.58 and 156.58 a litre respectively. In Mombasa, the cost is 183.02, 168.30 and 153.29 for super petrol, diesel and kerosene. At the same time, customers in Kisumu will buy a litre of super petrol at 186.15, diesel at 171.78 and kerosene at 156.83. Clinical officers here in Nairobi have announced plans to down their tools starting tomorrow if the county government fails to adhere to their pleas. Kenya Union of Clinical Officers Chairperson Peter Ashira cited lack by the county government to implement career guidelines approved in May 2024, as well as the non-posting of 5 clinical officers as some of their demands.
Many facilities around Nairobi have not been working, and even those that have been working have not been working optimally. But what is more concerning is the carefree nature with which the county government of Nairobi has been handling these issues. From this Wednesday, we are starting demonstrations, and if nothing works after Wednesday, next week we will be having daily demonstrations.
The National Police Service has now defended itself over the death of Lydiah Njeri, which allegedly occurred at the hands of the police while she was being detained after being arrested following the Sabasaba protests. The service said that Njeri was among 126 people arrested in Nanyuki town in connection with violence during the protests, and that they were brought to court safely on July 8th. It added that those arrested were charged with damage to public property and released on a bail of 50,000 Kenya shillings each, while others were brought to Nanyuki prison after they failed to pay the bill. The NPS also said that there have been no complaints about any wrongdoing by anyone, although an investigation has been launched to determine what led to Njeri's death. This comes as Njeri's family claims that her body had injuries.
Polisi 13 they were guiding us all through, and when we go to see Judy they were following us. So it is just intimidation of the family so that we don't talk. Even right now they are threatening. Wananipigia tandio hawa, wananipigia simu hapa so that I don't talk. I'll talk on the top of my mouth because of Judy. I will. And I need to be killed now by these police behind me here. Yeah. Nataka niambiwe Judy aliuliwa na nani, and what did she do? I know it's hard for me. Huyu ni mtoto wangu wa kwanza, mbegu ya Kariuki ya kwanza ndio hii wameua.
The 7 Kansas residents of Laliki area held protests over the killing of the Form 3 student who was allegedly shot by a police officer during a protest.
Wameamua hatutaandamana, wameamua hakuna haki tutatafuta, ni kama wako tayari kutuua sisi wote. Ile haki tunatafuta ni hizi familia ziwe bill zao. Hizi familia hakuna hata governor, hakuna hata MC, hakuna hata hao political leaders, political class wamejitokeza at least kumuna hao familia.
Hiyo ni maandamano ya watoto wetu walikie. Na ule kijana wa Form 3, hata mtoto wa Form 3 bado amekufa. Form 3 mtoto sio nguo, na tunajua hivyo. Kwa hivyo at the end of the day tunataka kujua huyu mtoto ilikuwaje akafika mbele ya judge na prosecutor, pahali alienda, nini ilifanyika. Hivyo tu peke yake tunataka mwenye ako responsible, whoever is responsible, hiyo ndio mbogi inataka.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, alikodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje ongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
I've now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
Tuesday morning, and let's take a look at what's happening on these streets today as we get into the day proper, shall we? All right. So we will definitely see some traffic starting to build coming off of the Thika Superhighway, and that's coming in hot as you get then through towards Survey. There's also some traffic that's starting to build on Mombasa Road. Okay, so just so we know, we saw the Gazette, and Mombasa Road is being sorted out, and that is between the General Motors turnoff and then heading out to just before the exit of the expressway. So there's going to be some traffic there for the next coming days or weeks or months. We don't know. Let's see what happens as we get through it. We're seeing some traffic also starting to build coming off of Outer Ring, and then also on the Eastern Bypass getting through towards the city or then through towards the Cabanas interchange. So keeping an eye on all of this morning. Let's see how it happens, and we'll talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94 point.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. And how are you today?
Salam sana, bargani.
Salama kabisa, Mr. Aseto.
Siku yako ilikuwa njema?
Siku yangu ilikuwa njema.
Okay.
I think. Huh?
Usiku.
Oh, usiku.
Usiku.
You know, funniest thing, I woke up every hour from 11 o'clock.
Why?
And it was the strangest thing. I think the heavens are trying to speak to me. Mm-hmm. I woke up at 11. I woke up at 12 on the dot. I woke up at, and there was no alarm. I woke up at 1. Mm-hmm. I woke up at 2. I woke up at 3.
And now you'll be awake for the next few hours until you sleep again, so it's fine.
And then I just kind of lay there until I got a call and said, it's
not
way. Maybe God is trying to.
What time did you sleep though?
9:30. 9:30.
9:30.
How are you this morning, Mr. Okari?
I'm good. I was just thinking, there was a time I was, they called it the Uberman sleep.
Okay.
Have you heard of the Uberman sleep?
I have not.
Okay, you
but
can
Uber
just...
in German, or Dutch, is actually super.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
You just Google Uberman sleep, you will see the sleep cycles.
Mm-hmm.
So, you sleep 40 minutes or 20 minutes, you wake up 10, then you sleep another. So it disrupts your body clock in a way. So your sleep pattern changes.
Why? Do you do it intentionally? Or like...
You know, all of us have an internal clock anyway.
This is true.
Yeah, so you may be training or disrupting your body clock.
So, you know, you should actually sleep for 8 hours a day. Mm-hmm. Children, then until the age of 15, 16, actually should sleep 11 to 12 hours. They should. Yeah, actually should be, in 8 and 10-year-olds or 9 and 12-year-olds should be in bed by 8 and sleep till 8. But it doesn't work because you go to school, so they should be in bed by 6. Coco.
Yeah, but when you're an adult, it could also mean emotional stress.
You should actually sleep 8 hours as an adult.
Who does 8 hours?
Look at the people who do.
Like who?
I
don't know anyone who does 8 hours straight.
But you should actually do sleep 8 hours. It'll probably be.
It's not easy though.
It's not easy, of course not.
In this our country.
Where?
Boris Possible.
I met a man yesterday who was telling me he sleeps 3 hours.
Yeah.
Elderly sleeps 3 hours.
3 hours,
Only.
Kill.
Yeah.
Well, get enough rest. What did you say? What did you say that thing is that you do? You don't sleep, you rest.
You rest.
Yeah.
Rest well.
Sleep is for the poor.
I'm so sorry. Don't be angry.
Sorry.
I'm not angry. It's a statement of facts.
We have understood.
Rest is for the rich.
Thanks.
Sleep is for the poor.
Okay. Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Tuesday. It's the 15th of July, and here we are at it again. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Dennis, Okari, Aseto, Okoh with you in the studio this morning, and we're getting into things proper. Have you seen Lydiah? Let me tell you, Maina. Lydiah is here and she's shining like a star, like a diamond. Then EVE is back, and she wore the jacket that makes her look like the little red engine.
Why? I haven't seen her. Why?
You've not seen EVE?
No.
You've not seen EVE? Allah?
She's here.
Oh, the lady in red?
Yes.
Oh, the lady in red. Okay. We should drag both of them here, by the way.
Yeah.
Can I do that?
You want to try it? They won't agree. I know them hard-head. They won't agree to come. See them, they're smiling, but they know. Good morning, guys. Thank you for making things happen. That's for sure. We don't take it for granted at all. And getting into things this morning, allow me to tell you the conversations that we shall be having today. All right. So we're going to start off at 7 o'clock. His name is Cleophas Malala. In fact, somebody said the other day, Cleo's coming. I was like, huh? I think it was Evie. He said, Cleo's coming. I was like, who? Cleophas Malala. He is the deputy party leader for the Democracy for Citizens Party. Democracy for the Citizens Party, DCP. He's the deputy party leader. He joins us, and we're asking, can an opposition in bed with power still speak for the people? Can it? Can you be in bed and in the kitchen at the same time? You do with that information or question as you will.
Unless you move the bed to the kitchen.
I beg, very good. Or you move the cooker to the bedroom.
Yes.
Move the heat to the bedroom. Never mind. But you get what I'm saying.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. He joins us at 7 a.m. and we'll have that conversation with him to see, okay, so where are we going with all of this? And they've been very vocal in the last couple of days and saying, oh, come on, this is the way in which it ought to go. Let's hear that way in which it ought to go with him at 7 o'clock. And then you've heard of him before. Tony Gashoka is are we in the past or in the future or in the present? Nairobi gubernatorial aspirant. He wants to be governor of Nairobi. He's done a number of things in the media. He's been in the business spaces. He's also been in the political spaces. Is Kenya sliding into authoritarianism? It's a question. We'll answer it when he joins us at 8. And then at 9 o'clock, we have been hearing a couple of things, haven't we? We've seen a couple of things over the last few months, and we've seen these things embedded in the last few years. We're asking questions about student safety versus teachers' authority. How far can you go? Where is the line that is drawn between a teacher telling a student to behave in a certain manner and then not crossing certain lines? Where does authority end and protection begin? When you send your children off to school, what authority are we actually giving to parents? We'll draw parallels with certain issues that we are seeing about how girls, boys have been in relationships with students, not because of their own desire, but because they almost felt coerced or forced into it. And what would happen? Two gentlemen join us today. Silas David Obuhatsa, who is the National Chairman of the Parents Association of Kenya, and Nabi Nyamweya, who's a member of Parliament for Lugari, and he's also a member of the Education Committee. They join us at 9. Those are the conversations that we have this morning. Thank you for joining us already, and we'll get into things proper as we do. At 20 minutes past 6 o'clock, you took us to Niger.
Yes.
Let's hear what the proverb is for today.
Yes, so we are in Nigeria today, and I just want to ask a simple question because of the culinary language and life that there is in Nigeria. But who exactly is the founder or originator of jollof
Don't even
rice?
ask.
Who?
Okay, let me be honest. For the first time in public, the original founder of jollof rice are the Wolof in Senegal. That's the truth.
Yeah.
However, we took what they did, just fele anyhow rice, and we now gingered the something and made it jollof rice proper. You can't compare. Even they, when they tasted our jollof rice, they said, this is actually what we were trying to do.
So you took it and
Let's not even talk about the Ghanaians.
value
Ghanaians
add.
don't know how to make jollof rice at all.
Which begs the question, jollof was every other time.
I don't know how Ghana entered this story, by the way. I don't know where Ghana came from.
That's where I was headed.
We even have a bag in Nigeria called Ghana Must Go. So carry on.
Yeah. So when you talk about jollof, a different jollof, so the Nigerian one is considered to be spicy. Yeah? So when you go to Ghana, there's a slightly sweeter and milder version. Sierra Leone, Gambia, you talk about Cameroonians, theirs is just flat. So if you want to have two amazing jollof, so either go to Ghana or Nigeria, but Nigeria is spicier.
You know, I like the way that you have come correct.
Yes.
You are very, very
know,
wise.
I know. I'm choosing my steps today. But let's go to the proverb, yeah? The child who washes his hands eats with the elders. The child who washes his hands eats with the elders. Okari.
I mean, I want Tundu to go fast. Like, I love how she talks in pidgin and her expression. She suddenly just changes, you know. And she I don't know. You should have actually a segment, a 10-minute segment where you are ranting in pidgin. Like you're just like, dear Mr. President, now you do it.
You do it in pidgin.
Talk to Lydiah. She can make some magic happen. Abi, sis. She's not even hearing me.
Yeah, you saw animated and you do it, so I'm like,
because I'm in my.
It's like I'm watching TV.
Are you serious?
Yeah, like you're sitting here, but I'm watching TV. Like, wow, okay.
Afro cinema continues.
Yeah, this thing is in the blood. You know how they express themselves? They clap their hands. They, you know, the
Nigerians are just on your face. Like, I'm
the
here.
tone
There's
changes.
nothing you do about it. Yeah, but it's okay.
Quickly just flips like this. It's like a switch.
Almost translated.
Yes.
Oh, the child who washes his hands can sit with the elders.
Eats with
the elders.
Yes.
Okay, I guess there's a certain level of experience, or there's certain processes that you must pass through to get to a place where, you know, wisdom or experience sits. You don't just come from outside and sit and join people. No. They've been here before. They've washed their hands. They've started to partake. So you can get there. You know, I guess that you have to pass through it.
Yeah.
There's something for you to get to the inner circle or the inner caucus, I guess. And in whatever place in life, you have to pass through a certain process. You have to do it. Otherwise, you can't. Yeah. Sanitize yourself, get the experience, do what others have done.
Yes.
Walk down the road that they've traveled to then get there. For all of us, I guess. Abi?
Well, my translation will be different. The washing of hands, the significance of it, hands represent hard work.
Yes.
Like you use your hands to work and get things done. So a child who washes their hand, meaning they're ready to work. You're showing signs that you're ready to take on some responsibilities to work and do something. So then in that case, that puts you at a level where you can now sit, stand or walk with mature people. Like you can now, engage with the elders because you're doing something with your hands. You know how they talk about lazy people who fold their hands and you only wait for handouts or you're only gimme. You're always stretching your hand to just receive. But you don't. And I've seen that even in schools today. There was a time when I was taking my daughter to school and I was shocked that this was at a very, very young age. And at the time, they were being trained on how, if you're eating from your plate, you take your plate to the sink, you wash it. You actually put it
in the rack.
For drying. And so that instills the discipline of the adults will cook for you because you're not at the age where you can cook for yourself, but you have some responsibilities. Wash your plate, clean your dishes, wash your cup, and do all that, clean the table. So it prepares them for maturity, for responsibility.
Yeah. So I look at it in terms of so the act of washing your hands, right, and grants you an opportunity to eat with the elders, because then if you don't do that, they will kick you out. So it is the aspect of preparing yourself, so if you prepare yourself well, you have an opportunity to be with the great. So it is you preparing yourself for greatness. That's how I look at it. Yeah,
there you go. Interesting stuff, I must say. How do you see it? Okay.
How would you say it in pidgin though?
Make we greet people, I beg.
Okay.
Can you read all that in pidgin?
All these greetings. No, monkey they sleep, trouble go wake 'em. I be trouble they sleep, monkey go wake 'em. I beg. See,
what does monkey got to do with this?
As in, it's a saying that trouble is on his own. Then a monkey normally is the one who goes to disturb people. As in, trouble is just sleeping, monkey goes to disturb it, and then everything is just everywhere. I beg, just that. Okari, what is it?
Wow.
KTN is where we are as well. You can view us on KTN this morning. Karibu Sana, getting into our audience there. And also our live streams, YouTube, Facebook, and on X. That's where we are. Karibuni Sana. At Don Saba says, good morning. Politicians are vomiting on citizens' feet. Where is the NCIC, Aseto? Aseto, did you put them in your pocket? Don Saba wants to know. How are you, Ndu? Fine. Dennis, how are you?
Good.
Well done. Desmond Oti says, Lagat's case to lag because already he's been reinstated back to duty. Yes, it's true. In Africa, your wallet will determine the nature of justice. Michael Olande says, bonjour mes amis, bonjour mon ami, good morning to you. Ari saying ile pesa ya KQ itakuja lini? Haikuji. Kula. Desmond Otis, we understand. General Isa Mavenge says, good morning from Mukunda and Diani. Good morning to you. Good morning, Ndu, aka Duta. Sawa basi. Peter listening from Essex, good morning to you. King Dave wa Mungai, good morning, great ones, and to you as well. Bernardito says, good morning from Doha. Princess Ndu and Dennis Squared. So who cleared DIG Lagat while IPOA is still investigating? The court. Justice Chacha Mwita said this, okay, go back to court now, even as we wait for the results of this petition. Sawa. Dr. Venvik says, good morning. Hey, boss, meanwhile, IPRA has done the thing. IPRA, EPRA, all join. Because yesterday was the 14th. We went to sleep, we woke up in the morning. No, we didn't actually go to sleep. Yeah, we went to sleep on Sunday, woke up in the morning yesterday. Fuel has gone up by 8 shillings, 9 shillings, 7.25 shillings, respectively. Kula hiyo.
Is it related to the Iranian war? Because a major part of the transport corridor was shut. So,
Omo, I don't know. All I know is that what? We're going to feel the heat.
It'll go up.
Fuel don't rise, I beg. Sometimes you can't even just express in your... Because... Dr. Venvik, we see you. Hisa Daniel is tuning in this morning. Gola says, good morning, people. Mkoje, tuko salama. Hillary Ageto, tune in this morning. Naona G2G is really working. Nakwambia. Isaac Nderito says, good morning from Luxembourg. Development in Nyanza region, planting trees in Rift Valley and beans in central Kenya. It's ridiculous. Okay. Robert Duboga saying good morning from Mombasa. Eric Award tuned in as well and says, good morning, guys. Man P, good morning, Spices. Tuned in from Austin in Texas. Robinson Kisero tuned in from Hong Kong. It's nice because I'm starting to know everybody is already, even from top of my head. Leo Muko Kimbi. What is that?
Aseto.
Kimbi. Demos.
Oh.
Tunakimbizana na askari kimbi.
Okay. So that's Chakatambo. Good morning to you. Samuel Murida says, good morning. How are you? Hope you're well. Locked in for today's talks. Asante Sana. Bwangi Juma's here as well. Christine Vulimu says, let's choose peace today. I agree with you, my sister. Sunflower, one of my favorites, says, good morning, guys. Good work, Asante Sana. Hesbon Sidon tuned in and says, good morning, D&D. We don't have an option for another country. Let's fix it for our children. Simon Kibiru tuned in and says, all the best this Tuesday, good people. Daniel Mutinda tuned in and says, good morning, Spice. Another day to praise and serve the Lord, says Kavoy Felix. Isaac Hale says, why do I listen to you guys again in the evening when I'm driving home? Booking that appointment with my therapist. Have a stress-free free day, or this is a good addiction. Isa, don't drop this one. Carol Nyambura says, good morning. Now Apenda Sana, wishing you a blessed day. And Gore tuned in as well, beautiful lady. Tibbs Muge says, D&D, good morning. And the Spice FM crew, good morning to everybody. Libby, baby Ify. Wait, so... You know, Ify is my middle name, so tell us where you're from. The truth. Good morning, Ndu Aseto and Okari. Looking forward to a robust voter education from SpiceFM. Asante Sana. And my emphasis for everyone to exercise that civil duty. Thank you for always tuning in. Monica Oile, we see you. Very ready for Tuesday, says Sir Brian Mutego. Tuned in from Sotik. Abuba Kamfas is tuned in this morning. You say, Ndu, you can't be dangling meat in front of us and then we're about to take a bite and you yank it away. Kesho, parade those beautiful ladies to our own. Excuse me, did you hear? It's not me. Eve and Lydiah, they have summoned you. I beg, don't fall my hand. They have said okay. Tomorrow morning, they'll be here. You hear? Okay.
It's a lie. Anyway.
What's wrong with you?
Because I know Eve.
We have already prepared a table before them. Right, we've prepared a table before them in the presence of their friends. Not even enemies. Where? Julia Song says, good morning. Mtuflani, good morning to you. Karibu Sana. Very good morning indeed, and have a blessed day. Thank you. Good morning. Jack Abila says, good morning. Rogers Lai is here. Joseph Mavenga is tuned in. Baga Joshua says, good morning. Freddie Benz, good morning to you. Young Jedi, good morning. Lagat Musema Ukweli, good morning. We must discuss evil and satanic and patriotic move. Where? Okay, we see you. Paul Setif says, good morning. Robinson Hisero, good morning to you. And Giovanni Restone, good morning, tuned in from New York. Luther King Jr. is also tuned in. Today's proverb enlightens Luke chapter 2, 41 to 52. I know we will look for that one later. Ben Chakala says, good morning. Is your YouTube channel down? It is not. We are here. Rita Mavek and Jenga is tuned in this morning. And Leshan Sancha tuned in as well. Ooh-wee. So many people tuned in this morning. Karibuni Kilam too. Very, very special welcome to each and every one of you singularly and in concert. Karibu. Always love to have you in the room. Okay. Let's look into the headlines, shall we? Teke. Guys, I learned a new word.
Yeah.
A phrase. I'm very proud of myself.
Now add kinde.
I like teke. It just sounds, teke. Okay. I know, Dennis. Don't worry. We'll talk about it later.
I'm so tempted to talk, but let's continue.
Let's go.
Muzzled by the state. That's on the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. All right, so in case you didn't know, a public servant in Nanyuki is living proof of the damage police brutality inflicts on society. Chief Martin Karaoke Rienye, father to Julia Wangui, the latest victim of deadly police violence while in custody, is now a broken man. Gagged from speaking to the media, he's trapped in a cruel dilemma, standing with a grieving public demanding justice or serving a government whose own officers caused his daughter's death. We are still looking into the details of the story of what happened, but this is what we see. Susan Kirigo Rienye is a mother to Chief. He cannot serve a government that killed his daughter. I told the deputy county commissioner to fire him if he's too afraid to act. 30,000 shilling salary a month is not worth my grandchild's blood. I have told him you can't wear a badge with pride when that badge is silent about your child's death. This is his mother now speaking. So do you understand what has happened here? Wangui dies in police custody, in the prison's custody. All right. Her father happens to be a what? A prison's officer. He's a chief rather. Not a prison's officer. He's a chief. And his mother is now saying, come on. You earn this amount of money. You are beholden to a state. That's who you've pledged your allegiance to. You cannot keep quiet. They killed your daughter. That's what she has said. We don't know the details of her death yet as investigations continue. But this is what Grandma is saying. Also in headlines, embattled DIG walks back to office. Eliud Lagat was saluted by his juniors at Vigilance House yesterday and later met his boss, the IG, even as IPOA issued a statement indicating he's not out of the woods just yet. Okay, so that's happening there. Kenya takes part in trials of first malaria treatment for newborns. Not happened before, so we'll look into that. No doubt who we're looking at in terms of that new development. We'll look into details of that as well. High Court blocks Safaricom's bonga point expiry plan. You know how when you buy airtime or you do whatever, you earn points. And Safaricom last year, I think it was last year or the year before that, said, you know what, some people are hanging on to these points forever. There has to be an expiry date. We want you to actually use them. People said, are you joking? I spent my money, I bought, now you want to remove my... Never. Somebody took it to court. Court said, yeah, Safaricom, hold on a minute. They're not expiring. You just carry on with your business. Leave people bonga points where? In their bonga. Music festival echoes with sacred sounds. That's what we're looking at. Grief chief, trapped between grief duty after death of daughter in state's hands. That's what we're looking at there as well. And remember Brian Odambo?
Yes.
There's an inquest going on. Testimonies link KWS rangers to fishermen who went missing. The inquest still continues, and they're saying that there's a link between KWS rangers, who eyewitnesses already said they saw him being bundled by them into a vehicle. So now the inquest has said, actually, yes, there's a connection between his missing and KWS rangers. Yeah. Those are the headlines. We'll look into the stories. I know. It's crazy.
Yeah, Dennis, do the...
You want to go first? I do the star?
Yes.
So, political maneuvering, struggling economy, complicated situation. Photo of President Ruto working their president's tough job of killing Gen Z crisis. Demonstrators pour out into the streets. A photo there, just a highlight of what lays ahead of the president. President William Ruto's administration is navigating a perfect storm of nationwide youth-led unrest, with the Gen Z protest emerging as the most potent challenge to his leadership. The convergence of economic grievances and politics has blurred the line between legitimate youth demands and opposition-driven agendas right there. Then there's a story about a Muranga man's innovation, ending villages' network problems, hopes to study telecommunication engineering and support undeserved communities. Interesting story there. Then bursaries dealt blow as Nyakango holds funding for expired kitties. So several counties have continued to operate funds beyond their legal timelines. How Raila's silent game plan could change 2027 metrics. So there's a story here that there's a silent push for Raila Odinga's 2027 presidential run against President William Ruto, which is likely to trigger political tremors and realignments. Really? While the ODM leader is yet to go, the languages around these things, earthquakes, tremors, and realignments, So while the ODM leader is yet to go public with his 2027 intentions, there are credible reports that the former prime minister is under immense pressure to make a sixth stab at the presidency. Risasi ni ngapi? Risasi ni ngapi? You're not even using that with what we're going through in the country. Exactly. It's not even the right thing to say, but bado kuna risasi moja imebaki. So a sixth stab. Most packaged foods contain too much salt, sugar, and fat. The Nutrition Markets Impact Report has implicated top local and international farms. So a host of related trends, including the proliferation of modern food retail outlets, has led to increased consumption of unhealthy processed packaged foods. So there's a report here by the non-profit Access to Nutrition Initiative found that under those rules, 90% of products sold by both international and local companies contained too much salt, too much sugar, or saturated fats. Tunakula vitu mbaya. So Kenya is at a tipping point where it could follow in the path of countries like the US, where we see high levels of obesity and overweight. Yes.
Sione Taifa Leo.
Fanya hivyo.
Aliyekuwa waziri wa usalama wa ndani Daktari Fred Matiang'i amejigamba kuwa yeye ndiye kipenzi cha Gen Z nchini, huku akisema uzoefu wa kuhudumu katika serikali ya Jubilee umemuivisha kuwania urais mnamo 2027. Ndu?
Yes.
Umeelewa?
2027. 2027. I got that.
Umemuivisha.
Mtu ameiva.
Exactly. See. Told you. Now, tume huru ya uchaguzi wa mipaka.
Lakini nani ameiva?
Si Matiang'i.
Oh, okay.
Ameiva kukua kipenzi cha Gen Z.
He's the chosen darling of the Gen Z.
You know, here's the thing. Sorry, forgive my mind. You know, Swahili is so flowery and so poetic.
Yeah.
So, repeat that. Put Matiang'i in the same sentence.
As mpenzi.
Repeat that again.
I repeat it. Aliyekuwa waziri wa usalama wa ndani Daktari Fred Matiang'i amejigamba kuwa yeye ndiye kipenzi cha Gen Z nchini, huku akisema uzoefu wa kuhudumu katika serikali ya Jubilee umemuivisha kuwania urais mnamo 2027. Underline
Matiang'i kipenzi kuivisha
Gen Z kuivisha urais. Matiang'i ameiva, sini life. Tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC imewataka wa Kenya kupuuzilia mbali kuhusu njama ya wizi wa kura, ikisema hayana msingi wowote. Those that have said they want to steal elections, Ethicon has said, no.
Who is he telling?
See the MPs who said
they will steal. Okay, I was just checking.
Okay. Mahakama imekataa kumzuia naibu inspector generali wa polisi Eliud Lagat kurejea ofisini. You understand, Anga?
Sure.
Let's go now with maandamano. Maandamano yaingia siku ya pili Embu, wakazi wakitaka mbunge Gitonga Mkunji aachiliwe. Yes.
Okay.
Mkunji is MP. Mkunji is MP.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Really?
Yeah. Okay. Mbunge Gitonga Mkunji. MP Gitonga Mkunji achiliwe, is in jail. He's in custody, police custody. So there is demonstrations with
Mkunji is an MP, or Mkunji actually means MP?
Mkunji. He's called Gitonga.
You know, the way you've said it is like Mkunji in Kiswahili is member of parliament.
But he's member of parliament for...
No, but his name is
Mkunji, yes.
Okay.
Mbunge is member of parliament.
That's what I thought. You've confused me completely, but all right then.
Don't worry.
Okay, so let's look into these details of Brian Odambo, who we still don't know where he is. If he's dead or alive. The inquest is asking essentially questions about what may have happened to him. Testimonies link KWS rangers to fishermen who went missing. Kenya Wildlife Service officers yesterday described a suspect they arrested on January 18th, whose appearance and circumstances match that of missing Nakuru fisherman Brian Odambo. It's interesting how these things play out in court, isn't it? They described the identity of a person who is similar to that who disappeared on the 18th. How many people looking like that can actually disappear on one day? But anyway, 3 KWS Rangers, Gideon Chemirmir, Brian Munio and Lual Gordon, testified in a case against 6 of their colleagues charged with Odambo's abduction on the 18th of January. Also then, just really quickly there, their testimony matched that of Odambo's mother, brother and neighbors regarding the time of arrest, location and his clothing. The Rangers also confirmed that the suspect, arrested alone on the 18th of January, was wearing a black jacket and trousers consistent with earlier witness accounts. 10 others were arrested separately. Ranger Chemirmir, who served as the driver during the operation, told Principal Magistrate Kurir Kibelion that he transported at least 10 KWS Rangers to apprehend suspects, including one matching Odambo's description. A visibly tense and sweating Chemirmir testified against his superior, Senior Sergeant Francis Washira, who is among 6 officers charged with the abduction of Brian Odambo. Washira is charged alongside Rangers Alexander Lorogoi, Isaac Ochieng, Michael Wabukala, Evans Kimayo, and Abdul Rahman Suli. On the 18th of January, Chemirmir began patrolling Lion Hill at 7:30 a.m., driving a green Land Cruiser with Washira and other rangers. Near a sewage area, 2 rangers on foot reported a suspect fleeing within the park. Chemirmir drove towards the location. He testified that 2 rangers chased the suspect, apprehended him, and were joined by 2 more. He was in a dirty black jacket and trousers running towards the fence, said Chamirmir. They caught him and brought him to the cruiser. He said the rangers wore green uniforms and caps to cover their faces, but denied claims that Odambo was harassed before being taken into the vehicle. The suspect was then transferred to another KWS cruiser, green and white in colour, where he was reportedly tied with a rope and handed over to Ranger Abdul Rahman Suli. The other rangers joined Chamirmir, leaving Suli alone with the suspects. Then they later went to Vietnam. Literally, Vietnam, the country. Where... We later went to Vietnam. No, there's a Vietnam inside Nakuru. Where they arrested 10 others. I was kidding. They were taken to Bondeni police station, and he said, noting that he never saw the initial suspect again. Remember, the initial testimony was that we don't know anything. We've never seen this person. These people who are saying that he was in the company of KWS Rangers, we don't know. Well, during this inquest, remember that an inquest is a judicial procedure which will determine whether there is a case to answer and who then is answerable, and then whether charges will be brought against those individuals. So this is preliminary at the moment, and all of this is going on. Remember, he went missing on the 18th of January. Thursday, today is 15th. Yes. Wednesday is 16th. Friday, 17th. Thursday is the 18th of January. Of July. It'll mark 6 months since this young man has been missing. Is he dead? Is he alive? Who knows where he went? This inquest should actually now start to find the answers as to what happened.
You know, there's a very, very disturbing pattern when you look at this story. Of course, in all sensitivities, because the family is still searching for answers.
Yes.
But I'm so sure that they're alive to the fact that they know what exactly has happened here. So we might drag this inquest for another 1 year, but we know what happened here. It's only now a case of just proving what happened. But one of a disturbing pattern that you see here, Albert Ojwang died in police custody.
Yes.
Julia Wangui, at the moment, there's still those. The police are saying it's not them. The prisons are saying not them. But let's just, in this context, just say, okay, the prisons. Then now you have Brian Ojwang, KWS custody. You're looking at a chain of events. So somebody can be killed in police custody, and we already see what's going on here. It is the small peoples that are in court. DIG Lagat is back in office.
Yep.
Regardless of what IPOA says here and there, you know, the statements you read, and you can clearly tell you just have to do it because you have to cover face. Okay? And in all genuineness, let's even assume that what IPOA in that case is saying is correct. They're still investigating. They have not cleared. But the level of impunity in this country, so the court is reading a different script. IPOA is reading you are looking at all this confusion. So he's back in office, in essence, like he never left. And so now you look at the case of Brian Ojwang, and you start...
Odambo.
Odambo, sorry. You start looking at Brian Odambo's story, and you begin to ask, why was he the only one arrested separately that day? Despite multiple people being rounded up, you can tear into everything else that's going on here. Ranger Chamirmir says that he got instructions from his boss. So he was just driving. So in all these cases, an instruction or an order is coming from
above.
And when you understand the disciplined force, or the disciplined service for that matter, is there is an order of seniority and how officers take orders. I mean, it's a disciplined service. So in this case, the person now who's in this context giving the testimony against his superior, Senior Sergeant Francis Washira, who is among now the 6 officers charged with the abduction of Brian Odambo. How long has he been abducted?
6 months. January, February, March, April, May,
We interviewed the wife, right?
Yes, we did.
Yes, when the wife was seated here, I remember she mentioned something that going to the lake is illegal. It's trespass, right? But for you to access that, you have to lipa kitu kidogo for you to be granted access to go do your business.
Who do you lipa kitu kidogo to?
To the Rangers. The Rangers, you know. And it is feared that Brian did not have that money, and that could have been the reason why he was picked up. You know, so you look at kitu kidogo vis-a-vis someone's life, and like we keep asking here, just what value do we place on someone's life? And then again, you look at the justice system. He was somebody who, if he trespassed, you arrest him and take him to court. Why have him disappear? Because even then, I remember there's a gentleman that we also had here, I think from a civil society group, who said there was a grave that had been seen. They went there, it wasn't there. I think the body had been moved and whatnot. And as you say, the family knows. They have an idea of what might have happened. So this is just a question of the court just proving that there's a case so that justice can be dispensed.
And you know, the sad thing about this is a lot of these cases, if you follow through the history of inquests and this kind of stories, they can actually be pushed to the side on technicalities, on just pure technicality. And this case will just be over. I'm just trying to think in terms of going through the evidence, physical evidence that were recovered at the scene. And I'm thinking, so if they had mobile phones, did Brian have a mobile phone? Because most of the times you'll find people will always walk around with their mobile phones. If they can easily just track, look at the phone records, look at the GPS data of his phone plus these Rangers phones, you can be able to triangulate and tell something happened here at around this time. It's easy to do that, but it's just sickening.
Sir, it is actually. It is.
So there is this story of you remember the guy who was dragged by the officers?
Yes.
So the family is mourning now. In a modest weather stone house tucked along the narrow, dusty parts of Nyeri Grogon estate, grief clung to the air like smoke. It is the home of Harrison Ashira, one of the scores of Kenyans allegedly killed by those sworn to protect them, the police. His eldest sister, Ashira Wangui, sat hunched in a plastic chair, clutching a framed photograph of her brother. Around her, women wept, chairs scrubbed against the cement floor, and handkerchiefs dabbed at tear-streaked faces, twisted in anguish. Now, he was like my last born, Aisha snobbed. I raised him when we had no one left. He had just started standing on his own she added. Now, Ashira, a 37-year-old father to an 8-year-old girl, was the youngest of his siblings, all orphaned early in life. Their mother died in 1995 and their father followed in 2015. Now, the family says, we want justice and not just words. We want those officers held accountable. If we stay silent, they'll do it again. They'll kill someone else's son and drag him just like they did to Ashira.
Wow.
That was a sad image to look at. It was a sad thing to see the police drag someone's life like that. And yesterday I was watching a certain documentary on how police officers move and their responsibility to even take care of someone who's injured during demos, and you look at what is happening here, and this is just disrespect to human life, disrespect to people they're supposed to take care of, which begs the question, what happened to our police officers? Are they that inhumane that they just don't care? That you've shot and killed someone, but you even go further to just drag them on a road and you don't care?
Well, there's also the idea that you won't imagine that if that people would be capturing that. But then also you have to ask a question that even though somebody might have a physical camera capturing what you're doing, you yourself, you have an internal capture in your mind of that. Look, I don't care if in the moment you are met with some bravado, that bravado that says, well, you can do this and you can get it, comes back, I'm telling you, and you're gonna have to live with some horrors for the rest of your life. You will, it'll torture you.
You know, here's the thing. You look at this, sometimes you look at some of these images and some of these video clips, and you can't imagine you're actually in Kenya, in the sense that what you see in failed states, on the streets of failed states, when you have protesters engaging either the military or the police in those countries, and how they handle the protesters, whether you've shot them or not. It's like gangland. it's a situation where there is a tone that needs to be set, and because it hasn't been set from the top, there is this feeling of lawlessness. There is this feeling of we're almost turning into animals. Turning into animals where you know how animals can turn on each other, and all of a sudden they start not just fighting but even eating each other. We're almost losing our soul. And losing that part, that humanity in us. And when now you see it, you say these are not criminal gangs.
Yeah.
Let's put this into context. What you're seeing is not armed robbers. We're not seeing some people who are just out on the street. These are police officers doing this. And if it's not enough to kill a young person, because I was looking at the average age of all these protesters, you look at their ages. The average age is around 23, 24.
Yes.
So you're looking at something. There's something bigger going on, because if you're looking at you're looking at destroying that age group. That's the strength of a nation when you're looking at young people, and this is how then we decide to treat them. It's not enough to kill them, but kill them, drag their bodies on the streets like there's some garbage.
Completely.
So there's something we've clearly lost.
You see here, the aunt says they would not let anyone come close. He was left bleeding like an animal on the road. There was help nearby, but they let him die. Then 2 officers came, grabbed his body and dragged him like he was nothing. His head was hitting the tarmac. When I saw that video online, I prayed for that poor boy. Little did I know I was praying for our own son.
Well, Okari, share a final story with us as we go to the top.
Oh God. Let me quickly go into this story. So, just a bit of thousands of students, youth and women who depend on bursaries and empowerment programs are set to suffer after the Control of Budget, Margaret Nyakango, suspended funding for numerous county-managed funds. The directive also affects disbursements for mortgages and car loans for MCAs and county officials, as well as disaster and emergency funds, exposing devolved units to potential crisis. So Nyakango's move follows the lapse of several key county-specific funds, including the Education Support Scheme, bursary funds, mortgage and car loan fund, and youth and women fund. Also affected in several counties is the Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund, which generates, it's unbelievable how many funds we have actually. So when you go through this, you realize, wait a minute. So the action has raised concern among devolved units, many of which rely on the funds to deliver critical services and support vulnerable population. Now, I juxtapose this because I've happened to open the Daily Nation, just a story I was looking at here. I juxtapose this, bursaries dealt blows, Nyakango halt funding for expired kitties and all those details. And there's a story here. Let me just quickly go through this. And now I think I know why people have been streaming to State House. We've been reading these stories of counties are going, governors are going to State House, huh? So the story here is KDF personnel will work on critical infrastructure, stadiums and hospitals in counties. So governors are now enlisting the military to revive stalled projects. So this is how it's happening. So turning to the military to help them complete critical projects, stung by delayed development with some of the projects falling way behind schedule. Now county bosses have enlisted the services of the KDF. Now, how they're doing this is the governors are directly engaging President William Ruto, and they're striking deals for the KDF to finish stalled projects. Critical infrastructure, stadiums, hospitals, and schools are among the incomplete projects. So, governors Susan Kihika of Nakuru, Fernandez Baraza of Kakamega, Dr. Kiere Badilishe Nyandarua, James Orengo, Siaya, Stephen Sang Nandi, Jonathan Bios and Gishu have handed over projects to KDF officially. Defense Principal Secretary Patrick Mariru said President Ruto gave a directive for flagship projects to be accelerated. hii miaka mbili imebaki, make sure we finish this thing. So the projects are being implemented under the oversight of the Ministry of Defense. So if you look at details of those projects and the audit report, because you're looking at what Nyakango here is doing, and then juxtapose this with what we have here, an audit report has shown that 12 billion projects have stalled in at least 10 counties. Guess the
12
list.
billion shillings.
12 billion Kenya shillings. Projects have stalled in at least 10 counties. Among those 10 counties are the ones I've just mentioned. And what are they doing? They've gone to the president. Because some of them want a re-election, we need to fast-track this thing. So, because KDF is very diligent when it comes to these things, give us their engineers, give us to construct our hospitals, finish the stadiums, and all the other stalled projects.
Question. The contractors who won the tenders to work on these jobs, what happened to them?
What happened to the money that
was paid to them?
And you have to ask that
What
question.
are we doing to ensure that that money is recovered back to the exchequer?
You know that moment when you say sips water?
This is that time?
Dennis
Yes.
water. And you say Negoma.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga. Deputy Inspector General of Police Eliud Kipkoech Lagat could soon resume his official duties after the High Court declined to issue conservatory orders barring him from returning to office, even as the Independent Policing Oversight Authority clarified that he remains under active investigation over the death of teacher and blogger Albert Ojwang while in police custody. In a petition filed by UK-based activist Eliud Matindi, Justice Chacha Mwita ruled that there would be no interim orders preventing Lagat from carrying out his duties as Deputy Inspector General until the matter was fully heard and determined. Instead, the court instructed Lagat, the Attorney General and the National Police Service to respond to the petition by Wednesday next week, after which further instructions would be issued. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen has assured the nation that Kenya is fully prepared to host the 2025 Chan tournament with robust security arrangements firmly in place to guarantee the safety of teams, officials as well as fans. Speaking after inspecting Kasarani and Nyayo stadiums alongside Sports Cabinet Secretary Salim Vuria, Murkomen stated that the government has implemented comprehensive security measures as the country prepares to welcome teams from over 18 African nations.
Fire engines are in place, and also fire extinguishers in different places. We have looked at the security room. Yeah, we have 102 CCTV cameras here, so we are able to see every detail around the stadium, and there are officers who are going to be manning the security cameras throughout, when there is a match and when there is no match, to ensure that the safety of this place is secured, and there are other security measures that have been put in place that we don't need to announce.
The Cabinet Secretary urged Kenyans to take pride in the tournament by turning out in large numbers to support visiting guests and help promote a positive image of the country.
This is a moment of national pride for us. We are lucky as a country that will be hosting the finals of Chan this year, and this is a great opportunity for us to rally behind our team so that we will have our national team playing in the finals at home. And it's also important to note that it is a fantastic opportunity for us as a country to market our nation. This gives us the room for us to prepare ourselves to be known by the entire world. And therefore, we want to invite all Kenyans of all walks of life to take Chan this year very seriously.
The elders of the Abasonje community in Malava have endorsed Ryan Njeri to run for the parliamentary seat. Ryan is the son of former Malava MP for the area, Njeri, who died earlier this year. According to the elders, he has the ability to complete the projects started by his father.
Baba yake aliwacha miradi, mtu ambaye anaweza fanya bidii hii miradi ifike mwisho ni Ryan. Tukichakua watu wengine wataanza miradi mpya, lakini Ryan akishika ataanza tu mahali baba yake aliwachia na amalize. Na miradi ya stima, na miradi ya shule, na miradi ya maji. Akishika tunajua ya kwamba vitu vitaendelea,
kwa sababu baba yake alikuwa kwa serikali na yeye vile vile lazima akuwe kwa serikali, na ni mtu ambaye anafuata nyayo ya baba yake. Mimi kama mzee wa miaka 96 ni ngali naongoza, nimeona huyu amefaulu na amepita mitihani.
That's the news wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, let's see what's happening as you're coming off of the Thika Superhighway today. As you get in through towards Survey, it's heavy coming in from that Githurai area and then through towards the Survey area. That's busy. There's traffic then coming off of Ngong Road. It's busy as you come through Wayaki Way. Also busy as you come onto Jogo Road out towards Landis. It's a busy morning wherever you look, but we're going to take it all in stride. We want to keep things moving this morning. How about we talk and do just so? Yes, like I said, traffic then coming in most parts. Mombasa Road will be busy outbound. There's traffic as you come in from the General Motors area, and then as you find your way through towards the exit of the Southern Bypass. Let's keep an eye on all of this and keep things moving this morning. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, at 8 minutes after 7 o'clock. Good morning. This is the Situation Room. We're coming into Tuesday, the 15th of July, and we're keeping things connected. Dennis Okari is in fine form this morning.
Oh, yes. And what sets you apart when you have poor internet speeds is obviously going for the power move. I'm talking about Safaricom 5G. That's the whole plan of if you're thinking of leaving the house right now, or you're watching us and listening to us and you're streaming and you have buffering issues, or you're playing a video game for the youngins and there's lag when you're playing those video games, Safaricom has a router, and this router will give you fast speeds. I'm talking about 50 Mbps speeds. It's portable and it's affordable. It's only 2,999 Kenya shillings to just get you started. And what is it about? What makes it special? It's portable. You can walk around with it. You can go to the office from your house. You can go chill with friends and just enjoy those internet speeds. Where can you get this? any Safaricom shop or visit masoko.com or Quickmart supermarket or simply dial star 400 hash and make that switch. Safaricom, feels good to be home.
Indeed it does. And there's something that you can start to do when you start to think about and build your wealth.
Yes. When we talk about building your wealth, we just have to face it now. There's never been a better time to take control of your financial future. Now, so when we say now is your time for wealth, we are not just throwing around a tagline. We are talking about being deliberate with your money, your goals, and your legacy. Standard Chartered Priority Banking offers a comprehensive approach to managing your finances, meeting both your current lifestyle needs and your future aspirations. Whether you're thinking about starting a portfolio or streamlining your assets, the advice is personalized, strategic, and tailored to where you are in life. And I get it. When you've worked hard to build something, trust and security becomes everything. You want a partner who's not just competent, but consistent, someone who protects what matters and helps you to grow it. Now, that's what you get with Standard Chartered, a solid, trusted partner who understands wealth isn't just about money. It's about the people, values, and features behind it. Email wealth.ke@ac.com to begin your journey, because your time is now.
Indeed it is. Your time is absolutely now. And now is the time where we get into a conversation this morning. And we do that with the deputy party leader of the DCP party. He's here with us this morning. Cleophas Malala, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well.
Good.
How are you doing?
One time.
I wasn't actually ready. I actually wasn't ready for that at all. But I guess that now is the answer to greetings.
Oh yes,
as they come.
Yeah.
So, Karibu, either way, we're going to be getting into these conversations today. So necessary for us to do so. There's a country. There's a country where we are this week, and I will not hesitate to say that it brings some really, really awesome people and some really great things. Aseto will tell you that country, and then you can testify.
You see, this country every morning has a tagline in this show. Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice. We're in Nigeria today. Do you know who comes from there?
I have a variety of friends who come from there. Yeah.
There's one.
I know, of course.
Yes. So today we've just had a discussion about jollof rice. And the jollof rice, Nigerian says their version of jollof rice is the best. You know, the OG rice. But the jollof rice actually comes from the Wolof people of Senegal and the Gambia, only that theirs is flat. Nigerian is spicy. When you go to Ghana, it's a bit sweeter and a bit mild. So
You're
if you
a
want...
good student, Dennis.
Very good. I know, I'm trading on grounds that I know if I don't trade well, itakuwa ni shida. But let's go to the proverb. The child who washes his hands eats with the elders.
Oh, yes. From a simplistic point of view, I would like to say that he who behaves, or he who is seated on the table where a little bit more experienced people are seated on, qualifies having the attributes of those people and even getting the privileges those people get at that point.
You get to a place of privilege if you go through the process.
Oh, yes.
All right. I think it's definitely one that we can all learn from this morning. Sure. Can an opposition in bed with power still speak for the people? And that's part of the conversation that we have this morning. You made quite the shift. And of course, there are certain things that you're seeing. You've also have done quite the expose from when you were... I don't even want to say in the same lines as government until now differently, as late as of last week, still saying that, there are certain things that are going on which you cannot allow to happen, and that needs for a look into an alternative kind of government. And so now when we look into that conversation today, where are things headed, Cleo?
Of course, I'm proud to be a Kenyan as a citizen, and that's why we are fighting for this country. But politically speaking, and in terms of governance, we are not at a good place. Our country is at its lowest since independence. We have seen the level whereby government is the one which is on the forefront, perforating its own constitution. We've seen government officials recklessly engaging in a verbal engagement with its citizen, not respecting the rights of its citizen. We've seen a country whereby looting has become normalcy. You see a country whereby impunity prevails. And therefore, we are saying this country needs to be salvaged. This has happened because we have allowed ourselves not to respect the very constitution that we promulgated in 2010. The constitution was very clear that we shall have government and we shall have opposition. The drafters of the opposition were futuristic. They had seen a situation whereby we cannot have government without a body which checks it.
Yeah.
We need to have checks and balances. And after the 2022 general elections, it was very clear that the Kenya Kwanza faction was to form government and the Azimio faction was to form opposition. But the sad state of affairs is that the leader of opposition has always wanted to be in government but without responsibility. Look at his history. Raila Odinga has never wanted to be in government with responsibility. You remember when he got into a handshake arrangement with Uhuru Kenyatta? He had no responsibility, but he was in government. When William Ruto became president, he found his way to government, but without responsibility. And therefore, we are saying that we need to respect the Constitution. We need to abide by the provisions of the Constitution, which states that we shall have government and opposition. So, in a situation whereby opposition gets to bed with government, that is a sign of betrayal to its citizen, because now we don't have anybody who checks or who corrects or who gives a different point of view to the government.
But clear one would say that you're speaking from both sides of the mouth. From the fact that when Kenya Kwanza formed the government, and you were part of that, we saw the Kenya Kwanza government going on a buying spree with post-election agreements with those who would have been part of the opposition. We saw President William Ruto taking members of the opposition and taking the numbers into parliament, and at that time you were silent. So how then today you have a basis to sit and say that the president broke the law, yet you're part of that?
When I was Secretary General of UDA party, I insisted on constitutionalism. You remember when we were forming coalitions, post-election. Coalitions can be formed before elections or post-election. And what we did, and actually it was basically getting UDM into our side, we followed the provisions of the law. Remember, we said that it is only after 90 days that one can come out of a coalition that he had before elections. And that is exactly what we did. We waited for 90 days to lapse, and then we got into an agreement with UDM. What I'm saying is, if there is an arrangement whereby the opposition party now decides to get into government, let them follow the Political Parties Act provisions, which provides now that ODM now should not be acting as the official opposition in parliament. Let them go into an agreement with UDA, not some unofficial engagement like the one they had, the MOU. The MOU is not a binding a document. It's not a binding document as provided for in the Political Parties Act.
Does it matter? Does it matter if there's an agreement? Because person after person after person has told us how the whole of Parliament, regardless of the side on which you fall, has been captured by the executive. So does it matter if there's an opposition that says they're the opposition or not? If everybody of the 290 represented and the 47 on the other side are all doing the bidding of the executive, does it matter if there's an agreement or not?
Those are clear signs of a dictatorship. And that is why I said, if we followed the provisions of our constitution, then we will be able to have a decent form of governance in this country. I still condemn the leaders of ODM party who have gone into parliament, who have gone into government without following the clear provisions of the constitution and the Political Parties Act.
At the time, Kenya Kwanza was getting to you as the Secretary General of UDA, at the time when President William Ruto was going into this post-election agreement, was there a fear that with the opposition having the numbers that they had, that it would have been difficult for the president to run his affairs? The reason why he got into these post-election agreements?
But you see, that is the role of Parliament. Parliament is not an extension of executive. Mm-hmm. The legislative arm is supposed to check government, and therefore the president should not be at any point in worries that he cannot run government when he has no numbers in Parliament. Parliament as an institution is an institution that is supposed to oversight the executive.
Do you therefore agree from the word go that the opposition was majority in the National Assembly?
That is arguable, and the matter has been taken to court. A decision has been made, but the same opposition which has been given the privilege of being majority has refused to take up the position. That's why I said Raila has never been keen to taking up leadership, because the courts were very clear that Azimio was the largest coalition in the House. Mm-hmm. But up to now, Junet Mohamed, having turned into a sycophant of Ruto, has refused to take up his office. Mm. And therefore, that's why I say, if constitutionalism is not upheld in this country, we are taking this country to the ditches.
Malala, I have a question. Does it even really matter? Because you're talking about constitutionalism, but as it is right now, with the current state of affairs in this country, does it even really matter if we have opposition?
It does, because with a character like William Ruto being president, you need people who can check him. And that is exactly what we are doing. You need people who can slow him down in his actions that are not maybe pleasant to the citizenry of this country. And therefore, opposition can always be there. And I believe that the opposition should be there. You know, when Raila Odinga left for government, he left a vacuum. And nature does not abode vacuum. Mm-hmm. The citizens occupied that position. And that's why you see maandamanos in this country for the first time, which are leaderless, which are tribeless. Because the citizens have decided to take up that role. And that's what we are saying, that power belongs to the people. And in 2027, the people are going to exercise that power through the ballot. We've had the deputy, Ruto's deputy or co-president, Raila Odinga, saying that he wants to have some...
the deputy would be Kithure Kindiki.
Okay, no? Kithure Kindiki and Raila Odinga came in the same way. So
okay.
To me, they are still same characters. Huh? Raila is suggesting that we have a conversation, a national conversation. These are normal tricks. Raila has been getting into government through those conversations. You remember IPPG. You remember the National Accord. You remember the handshake, building bridges, now broad-based. You know, you get into some conversation which eventually favors him to get into government without responsibility. So what we are saying that these conversations are a waste of time. As DCP, we've categorically stated that we are not part of any conversation with people who are entertaining extrajudicial killings, with people who are entertaining corruption in this country, with people who are benefiting from leakage of public funds in the government.
But Malala, when you say that, what DCP is standing for, my question, fundamentally standing for what exactly? Because what makes you different from Kenya Kwanza or Azimio? If you're talking about corruption, you're also in bed with people who have had corruption allegations.
Convicted, in fact.
Members of the party who are also having issues publicly, integrity issues.
Give me an example.
You have people in your coalition.
Yeah, I want to reply specifically to the person you're addressing to.
Let me speak about Linturi, for example.
Yeah. Linturi, the Constitution clearly provides that somebody is innocent until proven guilty. There is no specific case that has found Linturi guilty of the allegations. And therefore, I cannot want to give him judgment and say that Linturi is, not unless you tell me somebody who has been convicted and is in our party.
Well, does then public perception matter? If you look at the case of Linturi with the fertilizer scandal, whether he's guilty or not, and you're right, until proven guilty. But in terms of party perception and what you're standing for to the general public and what we see in the public space where what we refer to as the Gen Z, which is now the opposition, saying that we want people of integrity, we want people of good moral standing, character, and all that. Then when you associate yourself with people who, perception-wise, carry that baggage, does it concern you?
To me, that even if the perception is not favorable to that person, we cannot suspend the Constitution at that point. To me, I would say that if the general public feels otherwise about an individual, then they should exercise their power through constitutional ways, like during elections. If per se, if Linturi is perceived to be corrupt, let the people who see him as corrupt exercise their powers through the ballot, so that they deny him that chance through constitutional ways.
So, Cleo, how would you respond to questions being asked that your coalition that you're part of right now is part of the problem why we are here today? Case in point, you are part of the government that you're in today. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua was there, Linturi was there, and this is a coalition of individuals one would say has seen Kenya find itself where we are today. If you talk about Finance Bill 2024, Rigathi Gachagua was there. You talk about Linturi fertilizer scandal and the decisions that were made in Parliament, he was there. How do you disassociate yourself from the problems where Kenya finds itself today?
History cannot be edited. First of all, I want to apologize to Kenyans. We participated in bringing this bad leadership. And the same way Kenyans were conned is the same way we were conned, because we were convinced into getting into a coalition which believed in ideologies. You remember, I was the custodian of the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, and I religiously wanted that manifesto to be implemented. As the Secretary General, I had an implementation matrix, which was monitoring what promise has been implemented and what promise is pending to be implemented.
You even sat in cabinet as a silent, maybe cabinet invitee.
Not really a silent, as an advisor.
An advisor to cabinet.
Political advisor to the president on matters monitoring the promises that we had made to Kenyans. And, like it's just like marriage. You know, you get into a marriage with a beautiful lady. You know, you think that she's okay, she's going to be a mother to your children, but later on you realize
she's a man.
Yeah, exactly. So when you got into this engagement with William Ruto, we thought that he's a prayerful guy, he's a truthful guy, somebody who will live up to his promises. But when we got into now the implementation session, we realized that he's not the man we used to think he is. The guy, he's a pathological liar, and this I can say without fear of contradiction. Whatever he tells you today, he does not mean it.
Begs the question, Cleo. At the point when the implementation matrix of the manifesto was not followed, did you resign or were you kicked out of the party?
That was when the turbulence started in the party. You remember, ahead of the 2024 finance bill, myself and my party leader, current party leader now, Rigathi Gachagua, we were categorical about the increase of taxes. In fact, even go to cabinet, Rigathi Gachagua insisted that his minority opinion should be noted. And in the minutes of that cabinet meeting, we raised our concerns and we told the president, come on, politically, we do not think that raising these taxes is good. And that is when they started profiling us. That's when we started getting problems in the party. And we've been very clear about living up to the promises of our people. And since we differed ideologically, William Ruto decided to kick us out.
So why didn't you resign?
We still had hope that, come on, we can still push within. But we realized that the people we are dealing with are not people who are reasonable, are not people who are truthful, and that is when we divorced.
Why didn't you speak then, speak now?
I spoke then. I came to this show. I said that our ideology is to lift people from down to up. I was an advocate of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. But the people who are now supposed to be moving, doing the mass movement, were reluctant.
Did William Ruto change? Did he change from what you say you knew him to be? Because you were all together. And for you to be all together and present yourself to a public, you spent hours on end together, day after day, months after months, in the run-up to an election, after being elected. You knew who this man was. You knew a lot about him. Did he change somewhere along the line?
I think I can say that William Ruto did not change.
So you knew who he was before when you agreed to get into a relationship with him?
No, he did not change. I think this is the character of William Ruto.
So you knew who he was?
So he pretended.
Oh, okay.
He pretended that he's a good guy. During election time, and when he was quoting us to support him, he pretended.
And
he lied to the church.
And he managed to
lied
convince,
to Kenyans.
He managed to convince everybody.
That's why I'm saying this guy is a pathological liar. If he managed to convince 7 million Kenyans, that guy is a pathological liar.
Do you agree that even with his pathological lies, you're part of that cabal that pathologically lied to Kenyans?
We were conned. We were lied to. It's like you being part of a church and the bishop preaches. You'll follow the leadership that is there by then.
Blindly,
so
clear.
Not blindly. We had a document, a binding document called the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, and that is what gave us hope, and that is what we said, come on, if this document can be implemented to the latter, then Kenya will be a different state.
Kenya is at the place whereby it's being called a precipice, whereby there is a place where you're going to have to jump over the edge, you sink or swim, right? So hear me out here, and this is what Kenyans are asking, and you must then be very honest at this point, that somehow, from what you're saying, somebody managed to hoodwink 50 gentlemen and women around him to start a government, and that it didn't turn out right. And this hoodwinking or this lying continued for a year or so. And then somewhere along the line, you realize, hang on a minute, this is not who we expected to be. But you're now asking Kenyans to shift their focus and say, we, the same people who are not able to see this person for whom he was, give us an opportunity to come in and lead the country. Does that sound right?
We've seen this country experiencing somehow similar problems, and every country has got a challenge. When you go to Uganda, it has got its own challenges. When you go to our neighbors here, Tanzania, it has got its own challenges. Every country in this world has got its unique challenges. But when it gets to a point whereby the leadership of that country does not respect life, then we get onto the red line. Because a president who wakes up in the morning and gives orders to shoot its citizen in disregard of the Constitution, I think we've had even more dictators in this world. But we've never seen a president who is behaving in an obvious way when its citizens are dying. During the Sabasaba demonstrations, we lost almost 38 lives. Up to now, William Ruto has not even empathized with those families. Empathy does not need a budgetary allocation. Empathy just needs a heart and some attribute of leadership. Up to now, government has said nothing about those families which lost their loved ones. And therefore, we are dealing with a person who has no human heart. That is where now we draw the lines. We have had cases of corruption. We have had cases of poor management of state corporations. But when it gets to a point of us entertaining and celebrating when your neighbor is dying, when your child is dying, then it raises a red flag.
All right, let's take a break at this point. We are having a conversation this morning right around the opposition and saying, okay, so is it necessary to have an opposition, first of all, or can an opposition in bed with power still speak with the people? Cleophas Malala is the deputy party leader of the Democracy for Citizens Party. That's the DCP party this morning. So we'll take a break at now 26 minutes to 8 o'clock, where I say, watu wa Thika Road, usiende mbali kutafuta dialysis. The Aga Khan University Teaching Hospital has brought dialysis near you at the Roy Sambo Specialty Centre. The medical centre is SHA certified and you can use your SHA coverage to pay for your dialysis. You don't have to worry too much about that. Other services available at the Aga Khan University Hospital Roy Sambo Clinic include chemotherapy services, endoscopy and daycare surgeries. Specialists available at this clinic include a pediatrician. You'll find a gynecologist. You'll find family physicians, a gastroenterologist, general surgeon, orthopedic surgeon. I mean, the list goes on and on. Whatever you're looking for, you'll definitely find it. The Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now. For more information, call 0730 011 888. That's 0730 011 888.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start.
When you are unwell, you need a healthcare partner who will prioritize your welfare. Aga Khan University Hospital has brought specialized care near to you through their 54 medical centers across East Africa. And now the hospital has brought world-class care to Raptor Road, Westlands at the Prominent Building. Some of the specialist services offered in this clinic include family physician, pediatricians, baby, gynecologist, ENT specialist, counseling psychologist, nutrition and weight loss, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital has also made medical checkups more available through our subsidized wellness packages. These packages are available at a clinic in your neighborhood. Do not wait until it is complicated. When diseases are detected early, there are more treatment options, better outcomes and quicker recovery. From as low as 10,415, you can get a comprehensive medical checkup in this clinic and at any of our medical centers. Visit any Aga Khan University Hospital Medical Center in your hood today or call 0730 011 888. Aga Khan University Hospital. World-class care here and now.
A little sharing goes a long way with Safaricom.
Dad, thanks for helping me find those shoes on IG this morning. Your internet shopping skills are on point.
Of course. Maybe you let me say. And thanks for sending me that TikTok dance. Atim Nasabaga, it slapped me.
Aki, Dad, no one says that.
Mom, thanks for the call before the quiz. Who knew you'd be so good at remembering those dates?
Well, I do try. And thanks for sharing those hilarious memes on the family WhatsApp group. I needed the laugh. My day was going sideways.
And when they come home, the connection gets even better.
Guys, the show is starting. Are you guys ready?
Just a minute. Let me finish this online course.
Almost done with my game, Dad.
Just after I beat you.
It feels good to share with Safaricom Family Share from Safaricom Home. You can now enjoy a home fiber connection with a voice, data and SMS plan that can be shared with up to 5 members of your family. Experience the convenience of paying for your home internet and mobile plan on one bill. And what's more, you get up to 20% off on your mobile connection with more value for you and your family. Dial *400# or go to my Safaricom app to add Family Share to your Safaricom home fiber.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 13 degrees. It's 13 and sunny into Nakuru and 13 and sunny in Nyeri. Eldoret is sunny at 13 as well. And at 23, Mombasa is sunny with 25 and sunny in Malindi. 18 and partly sunny in Kisumu with cloudy conditions at 15 in Kakamega. Kampala at 18 is sunny with sunny conditions at 22 in Dar es Salaam. It's mostly clear in Johannesburg at 9 degrees, while it's sunny at 25 in Mogadishu. Cloudy at 13 in Addis Ababa after the rain, and cloudy conditions at 23 in Lagos with 21 and cloudy in Kinshasa.
Sugar and spice and everything Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
As we're getting into traffic hour, let's take a look at what's coming off the Thika Superhighway, and it is heavy as you come in from Kasarani through towards Survey. You'll get to the Maranga Junction and you'll be okay as you get towards Globe Cinema Roundabout, which then will clog up again as you get into the CBD. There is traffic coming off of Kiambu Road, and that is busy right about now. Jogo Road, busy with traffic coming off of Manyanja Road, which crosses over Outer Ring. So let's also look at Mombasa Road, which is, my goodness, the seventh circle of hell, because it is bumper to bumper and another bumper as you get past the General Motors area and you're trying to find your way through towards the city. The construction is going on. It'll be there for a couple of days. So boots up and brace yourselves because it's going to be a busy one. Let's talk. We'll keep things moving. Spice FM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Conversation this morning with the Deputy Party Leader of the Democracy for the Citizens Party, Cleophas Malala, here with us this morning, and we're asking questions around the opposition. And as we come back from that, Malala, as we coming off the place where you talked about, there's been a lot of pain in the country over the last few months. There's been a lot of death. A little bit too much. There's a lot of things going, court orders flying back and forth, and still with the demands of the people still being front and center of all of this, where democracy is center stage. And I am of the opinion that in this current political dispensation, countries have to work out their own democracy. It cannot be scripted the way it has been, that has been handed out down to us from different other jurisdictions, that we should be able to chart out our own democracy, especially on this continent. But here we are, and we're saying that we want to have a new system of doing things with the same people who practice in the system. Is it possible?
I think that is what the Gen Zs are pushing for. They're pushing for real change. Huh? And you remember last year, after the 2024 finance bill saga, the opposition then, Raila Odinga and William Ruto, got into some agreement of some sort to try and calm the situation. And I think that's where this country went wrong, because we thought that the chaos that was witnessed in this country was as a result of pressure from the opposition. The president did not, or the security agencies in this country, which are meant to give intelligence to the president, did not interpret that situation correctly, because they assumed that it was a war between opposition and government. And when Raila Odinga now gets into government, everything will be sorted out. Little do they know that the real issues that are affecting Kenyans are not even political identity. They are basically issues of unemployment, issues of government officials roving around in opulence, issues of leakage of public funds through misappropriation, issues of bad governance. And therefore, if the president can concentrate on those issues, then we can see change. But as it is right now, there is no intention to make that change in the current governance. You remember the 10-point agenda. We would like to ask the ODM party and the UDA party, what have they done on the 10-point agenda? You remember the Gen Zs were demanding that the president should lower the number of advisors in different offices in government. The president has since then increased the number of advisors in his office and in other offices. You remember the Gen Zs were pushing for government officials not to swim in opulence. You remember Murkomen putting on a watch of 13 million, and people were really against that kind of show in this country. But since then, the president has given millions of shillings to his deputy to dish around in the name of empowerment programs in this country. Yet we know that we had set institutions which were meant to empower Kenyans. Institutions like Youth Fund, where did it go to? Institutions like Women Enterprise Fund, institutions like Uwezo Fund. That money that is being misused by the president through his deputy should be channeled through these organizations. And this is what the young people were pushing for. The young people were pushing for government projects which stimulate economy. Up to today, we do not have a government program which has actually created employment for these young people. The young people who you see in the streets are jobless. They are frustrated simply because the government is not intentional in providing these jobs for them. And therefore, it calls out for a regime change. And this is what these young people are pushing for, that for Kenya to move on. I've had several leaders in government trying to claim that the opposition has no agenda. Our agenda is Ruto must go, our agenda is one term. Yes, our agenda is Ruto must go. For change to happen in this country, we must have a regime change whereby Ruto gets out of power so that we can restore normalcy in this country. And if you want your payslip to be restored in a dignified way, Ruto must leave. If you want your payslips these overburdened extra levies like housing levy to go out of your payslip, then Ruto must go. If you want us to stop killings in this country, then Ruto must go. And therefore, we cannot start telling Kenyans that we shall build a road. Yet, you've seen leaders in this country proclaiming publicly that they're going to subvert the will of the people in the next general election.
Did we see the worsening of issues with the incoming President, William Ruto, in 2022? Did we see that things got relatively worse? Let's look at some of the things that you talk about. Extrajudicial killings, which, by the way, is the first item of the agenda on the broad-based government, what do they call that thing?
Bread-based.
No, the
agreement.
The MOU.
The MOU, exactly, the accord, whatever it was. So extrajudicial killings and the stopping of that was the first thing. But we did see extrajudicial killings happening in the Uhuru administration. Under that, we saw things like that happening, things that people are complaining about today. So my question is, did we see a significant worsening of things with the incoming Ruto administration that perhaps were not happening before, or at least were not happening to the extent that they're happening today? Did we see that?
Of course, extrajudicial killings have scaled a little bit higher in Ruto's regime. And the most annoying thing is when you normalize the situation. When public officers come out, are giving out shoot to kill orders. You remember what the CS Murkomen was trying to say. And that kind of impunity and that kind of heartedlessness in our country is what people are annoyed with. I've just been reading a story about one chief in Nanyuki who lost her firstborn daughter during the Sabasaba chaos. Now he's torn in between grieving his daughter and duty. Government has told that chief not to speak about the death of the daughter. The chief is torn in between. He's having an internal conflict. And what we are saying is that, you see, normalizing killing is worrying. And I think this is what this government has done. It has normalized killing. You know, you die tomorrow. Somebody says that you've been hit. You hit yourself on a wall in the walls of the cells, and the matter rests.
You see, in July of 2023, the spokesperson Jeremy Lawrence of the UN called on the authorities to ensure that Kenyans are allowed to exercise their rights in accordance with the Article 37 of the Constitution, as well as end extrajudicial killings. At this point, you were squarely in government. And at that point, in July as well, at 22nd of July 2023, these were your words. The coalition is disappointed with the statement of the UN as it fails to condemn the opposition for resorting to violence after losing the ballot box in a free and fair election. The opposition has latched onto the global dissatisfaction with the high cost of living. You further went on to say the National Police Service and other security organs have exercised great restraint in the face of obvious provocation by well-organized and well-funded saboteurs trying to bait them into excessive responses. Back then in 2023, you were okay with police brutality in the country. How then today do you say extrajudicial killing?
I think you've intentionally misunderstood that statement, because the statement is very clear that after the 2022 general elections, opposition should not use other ways to get into government. They should respect the will of the people. The will of the people was that the Kenya Kwanza administration was the one that was duly elected. And therefore, the opposition should not go on the streets and use other mechanisms to get into power. And we have said, by then, the police restrained themselves. You remember during the Unga Revolution, we did not have such numbers that we are having right now.
But Kenyans were killed.
I don't have the statistics as of now.
Yes,
but all along we have been condemning, and we have always said that taking away life from somebody is the last thing we can resort to. And whether it was in 2023, 2025, 2032, any person who takes away life from another should not be entertained.
At that point in time, when you were the Secretary General of the party, did you do anything as Secretary General to ensure that the police who killed innocent Kenyans who were demonstrating during the Unga Revolution are brought to justice?
You know, as a Secretary General, you know the roles of a Secretary General. It's not to, the role of a Secretary General is to speak on for the party, and I spoke for the party that we cannot allow an opposition which has not been duly elected get into government through dubious ways.
But you equally spoke and thanked the police, yet we know the police spokesperson is there to speak for the police.
No, I thank the police for restraining themselves from killing people. Because, you know, if you read that statement, it's very clear that the police actually restrained themselves even when they were being provoked. They restrained themselves. So I don't know what changed. And I think when we started interfering with the police, this is when this kind of indiscipline has gotten into the police force. Murkomen, being the CS for Interior, his work basically is to implement the policies of that ministry, but not to give commands to police officers. We've seen the guy walking around police stations and giving police officers orders. When did the independence of the police service be interfered with a civilian? And therefore, we would like to call upon this government to ensure that they respect the structure of our constitution, whereby the police are given independence. But as it is right now, we have people seated in cabinet wanting to command around, and even others not seated in cabinet. We've seen fellas moving around and commanding police officers just because they enjoy proximity to presidency. And we are saying that we call upon the IG to ensure they exercise the independence of the police service.
Malala, you've said one time, you've said this country needs a regime change. Do you see yourself and your party leader, Rigathi Gachagua, as that solution?
When we advocate, and when these young people called Gen Z advocate for regime change, we also must be alive of the fact that for us to change this regime, we must engage into a political process, whereby removing William Ruto cannot be removed. He cannot be removed through hashtags. We will need a political process, and therefore, us, we are there to enable and to help and to facilitate the removal of this man through a political process.
And therefore, in this place, do you see yourself?
Of course.
And your party leader Rigathi as that change?
Why not? Okay. Why not? Because we've been on the forefront advocating for truth in this country. We've been on the forefront advocating for equality in this country. Myself, personally, if I speak for myself, I have done everything humanly possible to fight for humanity, to fight for fighting vices in our community, even to an extent of doing plays, educating the public on means in which we can have equal distribution of resources in this country. Remember the play I did in 2013, Shackles of Doom? It spoke about equal distribution of resources. You remember the play I did in 2018 called It Is Well. I did a play castigating police brutality. You remember the play I did this year, during the drama festival, Echoes of War. So I have gone out of my way, tried all means, tried the means, or the official means, the unofficial means, the entertainment path, to bring change in this country. And therefore, I cannot do it alone.
Now that is
I require you.
That is you as Malala.
Yes.
Now, my other question is, do you fear you'll end up in the same position when you supported Ruto with your whole heart, with your whole soul, your whole mind, supported Ruto, then things changed. Now you are next to Rigathi Gachagua, who, by the way, is in the US, and he has said quite a number of things. And these things that he has said is being accused of being reckless, violent, and an uncouth dictator. And Rigathi cannot accept differing views, especially from his own community. And these are the words that are coming from Njeri as one of those examples, because Gachagua went all ham on some of the leaders he disagrees with within the Mount Kenya region, and he's actually telling people not to re-elect these leaders and calling them the greatest enemies of our community. And so those who are perceived not to go with Rigathi Gachagua are deemed to be greatest enemies. And yet, you are the party leader to this. Do you fear that you might end up being in the same position as you are with Ruto?
Life is a process that we all live. You cannot project your next course of action. You only have the ability to know or to control what you have at the moment. Whatever happens for in your life in future, you have no control about it. But what I believe in, those statements being
by your party leader,
no, by Njeri, to me, I think those guys are paranoid, because my party leader is exercising his rights as a politician. He's mobilizing people around himself. He's mobilizing his community around himself. And therefore, he has all the rights to say that, come on, do not elect these people, because these people bear certain tags of leadership attributes which do not align to his school of thought. And therefore, he has no problem at all saying that do not follow Njeri. In fact,
it's in the way he says it, because the accusation here is that Gachagua harbors a lot of bitterness.
But that is,
and he seeks to revenge in a very violent style to settle these political scores for selfish gain. That is what he's being accused of.
Not for self. Interpretation of somebody's character is subjective. I can say that she is beautiful, and maybe through your lenses, she's not beautiful, and therefore, Njeri's interpretation of Rigathi's attributes is subjective. If he thinks that about Rigathi, I think otherwise about Rigathi. I see him as a truthful man, as a person who believes in equality, as a person who is fighting for social justice, and therefore maybe if you look at him if the truth emanating from Rigathi's mouth is not pleasant to you, you will look at him as a bad person.
Another truth that does exist with Rigathi Gachagua is he is known as the share master. And we know that when you got into government, he spoke about shareholding and how much was supposed to go where. But here you are moving and making sure that you you form government. How then are we sure that these shares he's talking about will not be a conversation moving forward? How sure are we that the 30% that was supposed to go to the Western region through Musalia Mudavadi and it will end up there, and that Kenyans will feel as if this government is theirs and not shareholding for those who voted for it?
Rigathi Gachagua was simply verbalizing the Kenya Kwanza agreement. The coalition agreement was deposited in the Registrar of Political Parties office. And that agreement clearly stated how the government, through political appointments, will be shared. Political appointments. It did not say that government, through Public Service Commission, this share will be given to these people, this share will... No. He was directing his sentiments to political appointments. As I told you, forming government is a political process. We have communities which come together to form government, and therefore they agree pre, during, and even post on how to share those positions. Those the formula of sharing Kenya Kwanza government was encapsulated in the Kenya Kwanza agreement. And that is what exactly Rigathi Gachagua was articulating. And therefore, do not feel bad when he articulates something that has been signed and written and deposited in the office of the Registrar of Political Parties. To me, I don't find that as offensive. Shareholding is just a form, or he was expressing the contents of the Kenya Kwanza agreement. And therefore, to me, even me, as we get into government, I'll be asking my people, because I'll be representing my constituency, my people, what will my people get in this government? And that is what forms a coalition, and that is what motivates people to even come and vote for their preferred candidates. Apart from their ideologies, that candidate will be selling. And therefore, I got nothing wrong against the shareholding narrative that Rigathi used to propagate.
In that time. It's a long road ahead, but thank you for being here this morning, Deputy Party Leader. Like I said, a lot to unfold in the coming days, just days, and wants to see how this goes forward.
But just before that, we also must call out the hypocrisy nature of our president. Recently, you saw him saying that he's ready to be castigated. He's going on to build a church of 1.2 billion Kenya shillings at State House. You know very well that Kenya is a secular state. Kenya is not a religious state. But the president goes ahead and says he will continue building that church. But the hypocritical part of it is when, a week later, he goes on and votes to legitimize LGBTQ. So here you are saying that you are holier than thou, you want to build a church, and then the next week you are sent to something that is going to decompose the moral fabric of our young people. He's now legalizing same-sex marriage. Is this a church-going president?
Those are questions, isn't it? And those are things that are being
and we need to call him out. Let him stop this hypocritical nature. When he tells you left, he means right. When he tells you up, he means down. And therefore, as the president of this republic, he must correct those mannerisms.
Cleophas Malala, thank you for joining us here this morning. It is now 2 minutes after 8. Until the next time we talk again, good morning at that time.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga. The Kenya Union of Clinical Officers has issued a scathing rebuke of Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja, accusing his administration of presiding over the collapse of healthcare services in the capital and ignoring key reforms aimed at improving the welfare of clinical officers. KUKO chairperson Peterson Mashira announced plans for mass demonstrations from tomorrow here in Nairobi, saying they'll also present a public petition demanding immediate action to address the deteriorating state of public health facilities and the county's failure to implement career progression guidelines for its members.
Many facilities around Nairobi have not been working, and even those that have been working have not been working optimally. But what is more concerning is the carefree nature with which the county government of Nairobi has been handling these issues. From this Wednesday, we are starting demonstrations. And if nothing works after Wednesday, next week, we will be having daily demonstrations.
The union says these grievances persist despite the Public Service Commission issuing directives in May last year calling for immediate implementation of the career guidelines.
We expected the best of you because you called us on the table and you said we will work together as partners and that you'll address the issues of the healthcare workers. Today, it sounds bad that we are here saying that you are failing.
We have our 5 officers with appointment letters be posted, and we have the career guidelines implemented, and the third issue has been promotion and redesignation. Our members have stagnated at the same job group for the longest.
The protest comes amid a 3-month-long strike by over 500 clinical officers who withdrew their services, citing broken promises by City Hall, including delayed promotions, failure to implement career progression frameworks and stalled staff redesignations. Now, the recent disruption in the Strait of Hormuz has come to haunt Kenya as fuel prices now increased by 8 shillings and 99 cents for petrol, 8 shillings and 67 cents for diesel, and 9 shillings and 65 cents on a litre of kerosene as shipping lines pass on extra costs due to longer routes. This means a litre of petrol will now retail at 186.31 cents. A litre of diesel will go for 171.58, while kerosene will sell at 156.58 in Nairobi. Freight cost increases have had an impact as shipping lines reacted to the recent attacks in Strait, a crucial waterway located between Iran and Oman, connecting the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. Parents in Trans Nzoia County have expressed their concerns over the way the government has been handling the issue of education, and especially the CBE, saying the leadership of the National Parents Association has remained silent in this matter. One of the parents, Peter Ouma, said they are sensitive issues that need to be presented directly to President William Ruto, the National Assembly Education Committee, the Teachers Service Commission, KEWOPA, and other education stakeholders.
Mimi naenda katika wizara na mmenituma. TSC ni 2, the Parliamentary Education Committee 3 katika National Assembly. Watuambie, je, wanajua haya mambo ambayo tuna raise? Watu wengine ambao nitaenda nitaengage Kenya Women Parliamentarians KEWOPA, kwa sababu katika shule za wasichana kuna aibu ya sanitary pads. Kuna wakati serikali ilikuwa inapeana sanitary pads kwa shule. Saa hizi hawapeani. KEWOPA wanajua haya maneno yanaendelea. Na ni nini tunaweza fanya ili tupewe watoto wetu wasichana wetu dignity wakiwa shule? Nitaengage president wa Kenya ili tujue ni nini ambacho tumewekewa watoto wetu katika shule. Tupewe ufafanuzi na serikali.
Ouma said matters on education funding, national examination fees, food for students studying in arid areas, distribution of sanitary towels and strengthening of infrastructure in all educational institutions need to be looked into.
Wanasiasa wametuambia mambo ya CBC, sio mzazi, si mwanafunzi, si mwalimu na sio serikali wanaelewa. Mimi nataka wizara waseme wao pia hawaelewi CBC, na kama hawaelewi CBC, kwa nini watoto wetu wanatumia hii syllabus? We want to understand. Pesa ya capitation, why has it been reduced? Imepunguzwa kutoka shilingi 22,000, saa hizi ni kama shilingi 15,000. Je, hizo pesa za mitihani zilitolewa ama hazijatolewa? Na kama wametoa pesa ya mitihani, wamewahi jua matokeo ya kutoa pesa mtihani ni nini. Jambo lingine kuhusu mambo ya feeding program sehemu kame. Kama hiyo feeding program ilitolewa, serikali inajua matokeo ya kutoa hiyo feeding program katika hizo shule.
That's the news wire. I'm Lydia Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, let's take a look. What's happening with traffic now? It is busy wherever you look. On Mombasa Road, we're going to keep an eye on that specifically because there's inbound traffic. As you're coming in from right around that General Motors turnoff, you will then find traffic all the way through towards the Nyamweya Stadium roundabout, then joining in with Lusaka Road coming in from the north. So that is crazy, guys. And also, I beg your pardon, from the eastern side. It's crazy because that construction is going to go on for some time and we're going to see traffic all through. And so it's coming in heavy also on the eastern bypass and in and outbound on the part of Outer Ring as you then touch on Mombasa Road and go towards the Cabanas interchange. So that's doing that on that side. There's traffic on the Thika Superhighway coming in from Kiambu Road as well. And then what we see coming off of Ngong Road is not too worrying, but we'll keep an eye on all of that for now. But you'll find coming out of Westerns for the most part, there is some traffic on Lower Kabete going towards Spring Valley, and we'll see some of that develop even further into traffic hour. Let's talk and let's keep things moving. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It is now 10 minutes after 8 o'clock. This is The Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Ndu, Dennis and Dennis with you. I always say it's a place where you can pick your Dennises. So go ahead and do that because they're there in a plenty. As we get into connecting this morning, Mr. Okari.
Oh, yes. And there's several ways to just get connected. For now, let's talk about Safaricom Home Fiber. We all know installation is free. So that stable setup comes for free. Maintenance is also equally free. In case you have downtime, you get 5 GB of data as you wait for within 24 hours to get sorted by Safaricom. But maybe you're asking yourself, okay, I may not have Safaricom Home Fiber because I don't have fiber in the first place. If you don't have fiber in your area, you don't need to stress about this because that's where 5G steps in. You get the router, which is portable for 2,999 Kenya shillings. And where can you get this? Visit any Safaricom shop, visit masoko.com or visit a Quickmart supermarket or dial star 400 hash to just make that switch. Safaricom feels good to be home.
Absolutely. And then if you're thinking about planning for your wealth, what you do?
When you think about your wealth, one of the great things that keep on people stay awake at night is the fact that all that you've worked for a very long time gets disappeared, either through downturns or through bad environment and bad advice. Now, that's why wealth preservation and risk management are key pillars at Standard Chartered Priority Banking. Now, their expert teams don't just guide you, they protect your assets from market fluctuations, economic shocks, and unexpected risks. Now, add to that their specialized investment advice and portfolio management, and you're good. And you got a recipe. Those overwhelmed by endless options from real estate to international investments, you get expert help to optimize decision making. It's not just about growing wealth, it's about growing wisely and with clarity. Your path to smart, protected, and informed wealth starts with one email: wealth@ke@sc.com. wealth.ke@sc.com. This is your time.
It absolutely is, and it's about that time where we have a conversation with a man who's in the hot seat. He's a gubernatorial aspirant for Nairobi. His name is Tony Gashoka, journalist turned politician, but still somebody in spaces that we can have conversations around today on public discourse, and he's in the hot seat this morning. Tony Gashoka, good morning.
Good morning there to you, and happy to be at Spice FM.
Good to have you here. At least we're doing something today that's never been done.
That is?
Having you in the hot seat.
As a veteran jamaa wa hii mambo ya media, I would be actually late not to have come to Spice FM because it's a leading voice in the morning. It's the place to be.
Well, thank you that we're here, that you're here. And as we get into this discourse, we'll be talking around issues about whether we're actually sliding into authoritarianism. We'll have a look at that. And of course, the different political intrigues that come into that discourse are necessary for us to look at the moment. But before we do, Dennis Aseto has taken us to a country far off in the west part of Africa. And he'd like to share a proverb, which we'd love your interpretation of.
So the country has a population of around 230 million people. Earlier this week, we woke up to the sad news of the former president having passed on. We are in Nigeria. The president talking about is the former president actually of Nigeria. Now, when you talk about Nigeria, there are different foods and cuisines that they have. You talk about jollof rice. There's always jollof for who has the best jollof, either Nigerians and Ghanaians. In studio today, we say Nigerians have jollof
because
rice.
you don't have a
the
choice.
Best,
because
the
you
best
want to live till tomorrow.
But aside from that, now they have fried rice, they have egusi soup, they have obono soup, okra soup. Okra is especially when you have it with something they call swallow. Swallow goes really, really well. But let's go to the proverb. Swallow for another day, right? Now, the child who washes his hands eats with elders. The child who washes his hands eats with the elders. How would you interpret that, Tony?
Well, that's a fantastic way of saying it. It's part of preparation in life. The fact that you're in the company of older people, you begin to learn courtesy and mannerisms. The foundation of every individual is character. Psychology defines behavior to be caused. And to understand behavior, you must understand the reasons and the causes of behavior. So children at the onset of life are actually molded or their character made by actually doing things that they see older people do. So washing hands in preparation to eat with elders is part of that journey of preparation.
Wow. Indeed.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and of course in Ghana you have gali. And here we have ugali. And of course with the subject of today, I'm just flabbergasted to actually live in a country where in less than a year and a half, the president has completely destroyed the constitutional order, making this country a mockery of the republic that it was formed in 1964 on the 12th of December. Most Kenyans, of course, know that graduating from colonial rule, Kenya became a state under the Queen in 1963, and just for 1 year, it transitioned into a republic. Now, a republic is a democracy. A republic is a state where people, through their sovereign will, elects representatives to be able to delegate authority to them so that they run the government in order that the people have a better government. So the whole basis of the republic and the democratic state is that leaders are subservient and are meant to be of service to the people. In a country where you have a president where he believes that he's the alpha and the omega, that he and him alone can wake up in the morning and decide between life and death is not just tragic, it's very unpresidential and very undemocratic.
And this is what you see to be the current state of things, that with all that we've seen happening, whether we're talking about the Mandamano that came about as what we now know as an economic revolution, which is the Sufuria Revolution in 2023, and then getting into 2024 when people said, no, absolutely not. The cost of living is through the roof. This is absolutely crazy. We cannot have the situation which we are currently in continue for much longer. And then come along the finance bill and people said, absolutely not. Shut it down. We came into 2025 when they said, we're going to remember those who were lost. And we've seen the economy then continue to steep and, drop into this abyss of what we are looking at today. And people have said, no, do you see that this is all resultant of an individual who has taken the reins and said, it's going to be me and me alone. It will be my way or the highway?
Well, the Greeks have a saying that those the gods want to destroy, they first make mad. If you look at it from Kanu's point of view, the Independence Party of Kenya, there has been 5 presidents. The conduct of Jomo Kenyatta, the conduct of President Moi, the conduct of Mwai Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta are a mirror of how presidents have acted when they have had power and when they have exercised that power. And there has never been a president in this nation since independence who has been an enemy of his people. I mean, you're talking about a police state that is murderous, a state where people are abducted, a state where people are scared of their government. You're talking about a young girl, Julia Joki, 24 years old. If you were to listen to President William Ruto and Oscar Sudi and Kipchumba Murkomen, you would think that this country is full of gangs of goons who are walking around armed with machetes and with vimbos going around breaking people's homes and shops. And therefore, their argument is you arm the police to the teeth and shoot to kill or shoot the legs. But in this lady, Julia Joki, a humble 24-year-old girl, simply born in a rural village in Nyanyuki, walking out to exercise her democratic rights, to say that things are not good in the country, marching and participating peacefully, is arrested, taken to court on trump-up charges, given a bill by a very unreasonable court that she could not pay of 50,000, and the girl is sent to her death at 24. And here you contrast that with a very brutal police force where Eliud Lagat is now back enjoying a pension and a salary after the death of Albert Ojwang. I want to tell Kenya, and I want to tell Kenya from the studios at SpiceFM, we are in a dangerous situation because we are in a government that has lost moral authority. We are in a government that is a criminal enterprise. A criminal enterprise because there is no constitutional mandate or authority to kill people for absolutely no reason in order to perpetuate political power.
Yet this same man was a student of the regimes that you just earlier talked about.
Well, let me be clear, and that is good that you are saying this, because, democratic evolutions grow because people grow with them. Part of the difficulties that faced Kanu in the original years was the one-party state, the feeling that people wanted democratic governance in order that there be a more accountable government. And Section 2A was fought for, and the clamor towards Section 2A led to the multi-party state, of which Kanu conceded, and of which that led to the first multi-party elections leading to the election of the late President Mwai Kibaki. Thereafter, under Mwai Kibaki's leadership, and Mwai Kibaki himself was an original member of Kanu. He was an executive director of Kanu, let alone Raila Odinga, who was Secretary General of Kanu, and Kalonzo Musyoka is still a life member of Kanu. There is nothing wrong with Kanu. Tony Gashoka is here as a member of Kanu to ensure the Independence Party rose again and is revived. But in those days, what has happened is that democracy has grown. We went through Bomas of Kenya. We went through the debate for a constitutional order leading to the 2010 constitution, which removed from presidential power the ability to detain without trial. It removed excessive powers of the state through the amendment of the Chiefs Act that could allow arbitrary arrest. And therefore, the environment we are living in is the 2010 constitution. I'm not surprised that William Ruto and his government are really unable to understand the 2010 constitution, because through throughout that process, I never saw Ruto. I never saw Ruto at Bomas of Kenya. I've never seen him march for no reforms, no election. In fact, the only time I remember Ruto politically was in YK 92, where he was just looting money and making Kenya an ungovernable state from the beginning. So if you have been born of the reforms, and if you have been a participant as to why there needs to be a Bill of Rights, why there needs to be a constitutional order that protects citizens of this country, you would respect it, because that process has been born of blood. That process has been born of sacrifice in order that the citizens of Kenya are protected.
Yet, Tony, when you look at, you've said that democracy has grown, and rightfully so. Constitution of Kenya 2010 is so clear on what needs to be done. The command responsibility, police is utterly independent. Look at Parliament is independent, should do its work according to the ethos as espoused in the Constitution. But you talk about Parliament today, it has been captured by the state. Talk about the police still taking orders from the president. Why does it seem as though it is so easy for people to disrespect the Constitution?
I think that is one of the best questions I've heard recently in the media, because it was a fraudulent election. The last general election was absolute fraud on both sides.
How so, Tony?
Because the Azimio coalition was standing in this nation to get a mandate as the opposition. The Kenya Kwanza coalition was running to seek a mandate to form government. When the people spoke, there was a government, and then there was an opposition. The first cannibalization of the people's mandate was to take elected opposition MPs, to take them into the ruling coalition to defeat the purpose of the election. So there was a forced majority of government, not by the act of the people, but by the act of the leaders themselves. Then, led by Raila Odinga, the country was duped into NADCO talks that were meant again to discuss a situation which was to reverse the mandate of there being an opposition and there being an executive. The result, the grand coalition government. So what has happened is the politicians have betrayed the mandate as was given to the public. Because remember, Kenyans elect a government as well as an opposition, so that an opposition can oppose the government of the day in order that people get a better government. But what has happened is that the leaders, in no more tradition of their greediness and gluttoniness, have come together against the people. And therefore, the Gen Z, God bless their souls, and so on, stood up and said, hold on, these gentlemen and women have conspired against us despite what we expressly wanted, and therefore we are on our own. And they went to the streets.
Right. Do you think, Tony, that the men and women who are coming together and saying, pick me, choose me, I'm a better option than this abyss that we've sunken into, do you think that they're genuine in their ask of Kenyans to say, we want to actually lead this country and take it to a place where it is not currently? Or is it all for selfish gain?
Well, that is now the million-dollar question, because we are now in a process called realignment. You know, Jomo Kenyatta used to joke when he was asked what was the foreign policy of Kenya, and he would say Kenya has chosen for ourselves a system of non-alignment. But actually, the converse is true in the political order. We are now in a process of realignment. Why I say realignment, it is because we have got players in the opposition who are marketing themselves, who are speaking to the public, and who are saying that they have a different way of doing things than is being done by the current government. Now, the answer to your question is that process of realignment is going to produce an outcome. And that outcome will be also informed by the mistakes of 2022. It will be informed by the mistakes of previous to 2022. And given the awareness of the young people particularly, given the vigilance that I am seeing on the streets and even on social media from young people, themselves are beginning to question those people who are bringing themselves up. I've seen, for example, the former Minister for Interior, Fred Matiang'i, having to answer very serious questions when he was in charge of government. Not that he is not a credible person to aspire to office, but he is got to answer questions that people are putting to him. And I think, therefore, if you are asking me about the sum total of the people who are out there, I can also give you a different answer by saying there's a more educated, more agile, more involved electorate, and I predict that in the coming election there will be a sea of change. There will be young people, unknown people, a mixture of Gen Zote from different walks of life elected, not by their prominence on television and not by how loud they speak, but I think by the content of their character. The country is reaching to a place where they are reaching down, and I can see new heroes emerging. I mean, the other day, Albert Ojwang brought even Nyanza to a standstill. I mean, people say Nyanza is in the Grand Coalition government. I saw politicians scared of going to Albert Ojwang's funeral. I mean, Gladys Wanga was there alone, but even Raila Odinga and all his ecolons in Nyanza did not go to that funeral because the people's anger was manifest despite the politicians signaling that they're in the Grand Coalition government. I am not seeing the signs from the public to equate to what the leaders are saying. If you look at the conduct of Western Kenya and you just go out there and you match the words of leaders in Western Kenya allied to government, the people are doing things differently from what the people are, from what the leaders are saying. If you come and look at yesterday in Nyanyuki, this young girl, I saw a grandmother leading a march. Joining the Gen Z in marching for justice for Julia Joki. So I am predicting that in revolutions that have happened before, and I want to tell Kenyans a story that maybe is not long. When people get desperate, I like to remind them of modern history. This is the Africa where there was Idi Amin Dada. This is the Africa where there was Kamuzu Banda. There was Mobutu Sese Seko. There was Emperor Bokassa. Even there was Said Barre in Somalia. Yes. And in fact, Bashir in Sudan. People do not think that they can see the end of a dictator or a tyrant. But I want to tell them that in recent African history, when tyrants fall, they fall on their sword and they fall suddenly. And therefore, to me, the answer to you is to predict that this public will just follow you because you are holding big rallies and that you are the man who seems to be in charge will be a surprise. I think that when push comes to shove, the young people, particularly the Gen Z, are going to put their foot down and they are going to ensure that they are going to inject fresh blood. And remember, this is a country that has had such blood. We've had Wangari Maathai, we've had Tom Mboya, we've had Degama Pinto and Awins Kodek. This is not a country where there has been lack of great leaders, even brave ones like J.M. Kariuki. And so let us not hover in despair that because all of a sudden the guys who are being seen now are not the people we want. The people are going to emerge, and they're going to emerge not because they're emerging themselves as leaders, but because the people's standards are so high that they will not accept something low. And you will see from coming by elections, I think now that the IBC is on some footing, there will be some time to test. The test of the pudding is in the eating. I predict, mimi naangalia na drubini nikiangalia uko mbele, mimi naona kukikuja revolution. Na revolution ikikuja, I saw it the other day in America with Trump. It has happened in the French Revolution and many others. In fact, when South Africa had to remove apartheid, it was so sudden. Because if you remember, most of the countries in the West who are holding back apartheid were doing it for economic reasons. But the people were so resilient that it became impossible to support an evil regime because the economy was collapsing. When these Kenyans go to protest, they shut down the economy. When these Kenyans go down and say we are not working on Tuesday and Thursdays, Nairobi comes to a standstill. People are saying, yes, there is a lot of injury and maiming of the public. But I can tell you the balance sheet of the Kenyan government, the cost of the demonstrations to them, if it were to sustain for another year, can bring down the government on an economic point of view alone. So it is not sustainable for a country like Kenya to continue in the path of open resistance without there being a change. So let us not also overrate leadership. Let us also give the public or the wananchi a chance to emancipate. And I want to give an example of emancipation because Kenneth Matiba's whole revolution was just breaking rank. A guy resigned from minister, told Moi, I'm going, and went out there. And all of a sudden, people started following Kenneth Matiba to an extent that it brought in a major role in the 90s. And therefore, I see something like that.
So you see a 2002 moment?
I do see a 2002 moment, yes.
Okay, let's take a break at this point and we'll come back and open that up just a little bit, because then 2002 actually then bled into what would be a change in an order of governance, of administration, of economic development that maybe was unprecedented had that particular president not come into the administration. But we'll look at that a little bit more when we come back from this break. Tony Gashoka's here with us. It's 29 minutes to 9 o'clock. And if you're on Thika Road, watu wa Thika Road usiende mbali kutafuta dialysis. And the Aga Khan University Hospital has brought healthcare to your doorstep. Watu wa Thika, you don't have to worry too much because at the Roy Sambu Specialty Center, the medical center is SHA certified and you can use your SHA coverage to pay for your dialysis. Other services available at the Aga Khan University Hospital Roy Sambu Clinic include chemotherapy services, endoscopy and daycare surgeries. Specialists available at this clinic include, you'll find a pediatrician, you'll find a gynecologist, you'll find a family physician, you'll also find gastroenterologists, general surgeons, orthopedic surgeons, ENTs, dentists, dermatologists, among others. The Aga Khan University Hospital is bringing world-class care here and now. All you need to do for more information is call 0730 011 888. That's 0730 011 011, I beg your pardon, 888.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Can you grow your wealth anywhere?
Anytime, without the right partner? Imagine expanding your portfolio with investment opportunities globally, while protecting your wealth and legacy.
Standard Chartered's unique global network and deep local insights give you unparalleled expertise
anywhere, right now.
Now's your time for wealth. Join Priority Banking today.
Hey you, yes you listening right now. Quick question, is your internet holding you back? Are you tired of buffering when streaming?
Weather with SpiceFM.
Partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 14. It's 15 and sunny in Nakuru and sunny at 14 in Nyeri. Partly sunny at 14 in Eldoret, while Mombasa is sunny at 24. It is sunny at 26 in Malindi. 21 and sunny in Kisumu, and Kakamega is cloudy at 17. Kampala mostly sunny at 18, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 23. 7 degrees and mostly sunny looking into Johannesburg, while Mogadishu is partly sunny at 27. Addis Ababa at 14 is cloudy. It's a clear morning in Lagos at 23. And at 21, it's cloudy in Kinshasa.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
It's very busy on Mombasa Road this morning, and we're getting out towards the roundabout at the Nyamweya Stadium with a bit of trouble, folks, because it means you're going to be there for a while. The construction on the road is going to be there for some time, and so traffic in the mornings is going to be a hell of a time to get through. So we're looking at it coming in all the way from that Imara area on the opposite inbound to the city, and all the way slowly creeping through towards the Nyamweya roundabout. There's traffic on Raila Odinga Way getting towards the city. We're also seeing the same one on Gong Road as you get out towards Community as well. It's busy on that North Airport Road stretch coming in from the Eastern Bypass, as well as on Outer Ring. In and outbound traffic starting to do the thing at your exits. Survey through towards the Pangani underpass on the Thika Superhighway is where we'll see the worst of it for now. All right, we're in traffic hour. Let's see what happens as we get through it this Tuesday. We'll talk and keep things moving. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Coming in at 25 minutes to 9 o'clock. Tony Gashoka is our guest this hour. We're talking about modern history and also talking about where it needs to go. Asking ourselves the question whether we're sliding into authoritarianism. But if that happens on this side, you've got to look on the other side of things to say, okay, so where's the silver lining?
Look, when after the Second World War, and it's very important to give hope to Kenyans, you know, why did we go to war? Why was Hitler a danger to the world? He was bringing a fascist regime supported by Mussolini. And so Winston Churchill said no, and England began the war looking for allies. It is because the American president, then Roosevelt, understood the danger to the world order that he joined the war and broadened the back of the British government. And the Second World War was fought precisely for the world order. for there to be a democratic component in this governance of man. Here you have two choices when you have civilizations. You either go communism and fascist, where people have no rights and have no independence, and the state is the alpha and the omega. And that is William Ruto's Kenya. William Ruto is basically Chairman Mao in a suit. William Ruto is a Chinese leader speaking Kalenjin. I condemn him because he is the worst of the worst. He is a guy who believes that a president must dictate and shout and kill in order to govern. That is the way of Russia. That is the way of the Mossad and people who do not believe in democracy. But on the other hand, when those who fought Hitler fought on the beaches of Normandy, they fought so that free men could elect governments in elections. And when elections were conducted, people would get governments that were accountable to them. And corrupt people would be put in jail. Good men would be given accolades and Nobel Peace Prizes because of their justness and their moral authority. So what I see lacking in this nation is who is right between the goons and I don't know, those who don't support the goons, but who is talking about the moral character? Where is the morality that 5 to 60 people can die in 1 month in a country under the hands and the bullets of their government? What is the moral structure that allows that either through the law of man or the law of God? How is it possible that 22, 24-year-old children are becoming the manure of our graves? And this Nairobi becomes the morgue under Sakaja and the goons that they hire to kill these people. Where does that deal with Kenya being a multi-party democracy? Where does that deal with the world order that led this world to fight in the Second World War? And that's why countries chose a side. There was East and West. The whole debate across mankind has been, how do you govern? Winston Churchill said, democracy is the worst form of freedom, but it's the best we've got. So here in Kenya, we're not just fighting a war of removing Ruto. We are fighting a war to retain our Bill of Rights, to retain our 2010 Constitution and our multi-party democracy, which ensures that the government of the day is held to account by the opposition. And for that reason, many have died, not just here, but on the beaches of Normandy. And so if Ruto thinks that killing people in Kenya will change the outcome of Second World War, let me remind him what Winston Churchill said after the War of Britain. He said, never in the history of the world has so much been owed by so many to so few, because so many few pilots were able to hold the German Air Force and stop the invasion of England.
Yet here we are. You look at then what are the options or what are the alternatives, and we seem to be in this perennial cycle where those then who are arguably in opposition come from the same roots of the government to form realignments, to form coalitions, and to say, hey, look, we are that option. We are the ones who are going to get you out of this mess.
I join you in condemning this. You know, one of my biggest problems with William Ruto is going here to Nairobi University. You see, the problem is when you are educated locally, you become a villager. You know, Ruto has never gone beyond Nairobi University.
That's not a fair statement.
No, I am telling you, and I am telling you, it is better to travel the world. No, you must travel the world so you see a bit of other things. Let me tell you, if you travel the world, you expand your mind. You begin to see how other societies live, and you also see how other societies are managed. I want to say this because William Ruto has had an opportunity of being elected a president of a country. But instead of being a president, he has become the chief person to hurt the same people who elected him. When a president stands to say, shoot people, but shoot them in the legs, that is unpresidential. It is immoral, and it is wrong. And what I'm saying, if you cannot see that here at the Situation Room, it is not Tony Gashoka who is saying it. It is just unpresidential. It is not the kind of situation you expect or words to come from a head of state. And what I would see in greater people like Martin Luther King, he would say, let us march for freedom. Let us forgive and let us forget. Mahatma Gandhi. You can go throughout history and see leaders who have faced challenges and bigger challenges like Nelson Mandela. South Africa was worse than Kenya at the height of the uprising. But Mandela, in the long walk to freedom, said, listen, we have a better way and a better route. The way cannot be shooting our children.
Yeah, so Tony, we talk about democracy as Kenya enjoys through the Constitution 2010. And the people have spoken. The people have exercised their right through Article AK-47 gone to the streets, but you've seen they have been met with war pretty much by the police. Talk about goons being hired by the governor of Nairobi to come deal and protect the city. And one would ask the question, if the government would listen to what the people are saying, would Kenya be different from what you're experiencing today? And if you want to become the governor, if you become the governor, what would you do different?
Well, let us be very clear about if. Tony Gashoka will be the next governor of Nairobi. That is another debate for another day. I can assure you, and we will bring back some order. Because, first of all, you must have integrity. You must do things in a different way. You know, countries are governed by laws and not by men. You must ensure that institutions and the frameworks which exist and are created for the betterment of a society are allowed to work. For example, if you have borders, you must have a border policy to be able to know who owns a border, where is it licensed, because some people will use a border for crime, and you must have a system that can track down what is being used with that border. You must have a mapping system to know which roads are working and not working, and those mapping system would not allow you just to maintain roads, but to control traffic. I mean, there are basic ways of governing, and certainly it's not pouring garbage in front of Kenya Power in order to resolve a conflict. Nairobi has become the most corrupt, the most badly run county, and there will be a time we'll come here to talk about Nairobi. But I want to just re-emphasize why I have a problem with President Ruto and, in fact, my friend Raila Odinga. In fact, one of the reasons I came out here today is because, as many of you know, I've worked with Raila Odinga for more than 30 years. In fact, when he was Prime Minister, he appointed me to be the Director of Protocol. Na mimi nataka niambie baba na Kiswahili. And I want to tell him, baba, hii mambo ya conclave, hii mambo ya kuzunguka Kenya ukiongea mambo ya Kasongo, wachana na hii mambo. The Gen Z mzee walikuambia ukae kando. I'm advising you as TG, Raila Odinga, stay aside from this issue. If you continue to meddle and you start going around this country purporting to sell this agenda of discussion and whatever to the public, they are going to start saying Raila must go. The time is coming when the country's wrath on William Ruto will also extend to you, Raila. There has been so many attempts to bring the public to this fake table of discussion, and every time it's done, the gains of which the public have made have been taken away, and particularly by the reason you have been asking me this morning, by the ruling class. The young people and the Gen Z came out spontaneously, and they came out to fight for their generation and fight for the ideals of their time. And we, as the people who are their fathers, we should be able to give them space, because the Constitution entitles them to that space, to be able to espouse their ambitions and aspirations, and to be able to write the character of the nation they want, not for us to summon them, to lecture them about the things of which we have failed ourselves. I also want to say the time is coming when people must remember the sacrifice of Christ. When Jesus Christ was crucified, he was crucified with crowds of people who were hired by the state. They were goons of those days that made Jesus carry the cross. And he carried the cross to his death, because he had to die for the ideals of freedom, for the ideas of Christianity. And those ideals have survived these thousands of years since the death of Christ. I want to tell William Ruto, and I want to tell Mr. Kipkomen, way after your time, long after you have left this world, this country, Kenya, will remain. And the ideals for which these young people have shed blood, those ideals will be not only written in the history of Kenya, they will be written in the future evolution of other generations, never again to allow a government such as this.
Okay. Do you think that this message is reaching? Because again, we go to communication and the things that we learn. That we know that if I say something to you, if I send out a message, you as the receiver of that message, in order for me to know that you've heard it, there will be an element of feedback that will come back in my direction. That's how we know that a communication channel is complete to a certain extent.
I'll give you two examples.
Now the question is, the message to whom you're the person to whom you're sending this message this morning, it's not the first time. It's been said. People have come out in the street, for goodness sake. People have died. People have died the second year in a row, and even all this time in between. That people are saying we have an issue with the way in which things are being run. Education is dilapidated. The economy is on its knees. Healthcare is in a shambles. There's a crisis of workers who've been on the street, mind you, for the last 8 weeks. There are clinical officers who are saying we're going to ramp up this thing. Teachers are going on strike. We've not hired enough. I mean, take your pick. It doesn't matter where you look, there's a problem. Throw it, it's going to land on something. And this is under the auspices of an administration. Do you think he doesn't see or hear? And does it point to a deeper problem?
Well, I'll give you just 2 examples. I don't know if you're a fan of football.
I am.
Here now, Kenya is about to host a major tournament.
Yes.
Well, fingers crossed and knock on wood. That
yes.
things will be done.
I can tell you the biggest concern of this government is not whether the tournament will go well or whether Kenya will win or not. They are so scared that when this Gen Z go on the stadium and they feel those stands, whether they will be cheering the team or they will say Ruto must go. When you have a country where the president is scared, I'm telling you, when the president is out there, every time he's looking whether a shoe will be thrown or whether people will say Ruto must go. I mean, you are reaching a situation where you are asking a question where the answer is self-evident. The public themselves, I mean, if you go out of Nairobi to any cultural event, and somebody just plays a single song, tabule or something, the public just start saying, Ruto must go, Ruto must go. And the other day, even if you look at these young girls of Butere, they go and you see girls being attacked, girls just doing a play, and you begin to ask yourself what has happened. That's number one. Number two, I want to talk about the churches. You know, this is a government that came in with the Bible.
No, but Tony, you got to answer my question.
I am.
Does the president hear?
But this is what I am now saying.
Okay,
the moment now even the church that brought him in is now beginning to join the ranks of the Gen Z and the protesters, and is speaking, is left with one other option, the by-elections. So with the president here, my direct answer to you is this: the IBC has been settled. There has been pending by-elections. I want to be the first one to announce you here. The major test for William Ruto and Kenya Kwanza is going to be dealt by the ballot box. In the coming by-election, if William Ruto loses more than 1% or 2% of those seats, that will be the beginning of the end. I want to remind you of Musambweni. I want to remind you of electoral contests that have changed the course of history. So my answer to you is this: the Kenyan people will answer William Ruto with the ballot box in the coming by-elections. And they are not further than 90 days from now.
Gashoka,
and the time is coming.
Gashoka, I take you back to my earlier question, which I feel you didn't quite answer. Then look at the options. So William Ruto is the problem. We can say all day, all night long how bad he is. So this is what we have. But what then are the options?
And I have explained to you that democratic evolutions require processes. Those processes require the coming together of people through ideology, through beliefs, and through common ideals. That process is ongoing. It is a process that began, and I'm so happy, led by young people through a spontaneous protest, the Gen Z protest. And what people are not understanding is that that's how the change begins. The change does not begin now. The change does not begin tomorrow. The change begins then, when they started this process of questioning this issue. Now you're asking for the answer, and I'm telling you, the answer is not with you and me. I've looked at your age. The age that is going to decide the coming election are these 20-year-olds. These guys who are not being given ID cards. These young people you are seeing on the street being shot at. They are the generation with the numbers. They are the generations who will make a statement. And our job, if we are lucky enough, is to be among them. To be among them in the victory that is theirs, which is coming. And I want to tell you, this is not the first time this has happened. The Mau Mau struggle in Kenya was led by young people. In fact, a lot of the older people were at home telling them, you guys were going to be killed by the Mzungu. Stay at home. It was led by the young. The revolution that you're talking about of Kibaki, which is talked about when it came to the Unbogable election. The Unbogable election was run by young people. The young people came out and elected a government of change. So I want to tell you that it is in the young people that I have hope. It is in the young people that I have faith. And I think that their time is coming. And right now, because Ruto has chosen a Machiavellian principle of fear, it is better to be feared than loved. And therefore, he's exercising fear. But throughout history, when I read modern history, fear is temporary. Fear is negative. Fear backfires. Love overwhelms fear, because eventually what happens is that the grief of the people turns into a passion, and a passion turns into an election, and an election turns into a revolution.
I do see a situation where we had young Turks versus the old guard. Then that became a revolution. We need to do away with these old people. We want fresh faces. Then we ended up seeing these fresh young people being used as weapons of the system again. And so we've had these cycles of, now it's not a question of being a youth, it's a question of ideals, belief, what you stand for. It's a question of character, which we now see through this protest, what the Gen Z are looking for. Do you see, or do you have anyone in mind who embodies that at the moment?
Actually, I have several. Unfortunately, some of them have been killed. Rex Masai. Juria Joki, she has been killed. Albert Ojwang has been killed. So the martyrs are not necessarily going to be alive. Maybe the revolution that will come, like the Arab Spring, will come from bloodshed. Maybe something will happen that will awaken this country to a point that nobody can believe. And the reason I'm saying this is because the young Turks of the past, which we were, we never reached this level of resistance. The young people of the now have surprised everyone. Raila Odinga at his prime never entered the CBD. He was never able to enter and stop the country. They stopped him from the environments. These young people are not just stopping Nairobi CBD. They are stopping every town in Kenya in an uncoordinated, leaderless campaign. So what I am saying is that there is a lot of analysis and a lot of interviews being done on us leaders and the people that people think are the leaders of this thing. But the people who really matter are not on TV, are not on radio. Those guys work on smartphones. They work on posters. They work with a communication only they understand, and they are focused, they are laser focused, and I can tell you they are going to pronounce themselves in the next election. And I will take and write the date we are here with you today, that the next election will bring from MCA to MP to governors people that will shock the political class.
Tony, is the government aloof in the sense that the young people, you're talking about a revolution being led by the young people who will change the trajectory of the election come 2027, yet we are at a point where the government, the leadership, president says enough is enough. I don't care. I will wait for you guys on ballot date and nitawa angusha nyinyi wote. Does he have a case?
This, you are now reminding me of Hitler's government. When Hitler was falling, he didn't believe it. In fact, Hitler was so arrogant, he even opened the second front, attacking Russia, taking half of his troops to their death in the snow. But remember, at the end of the day, when Nazi Germany was collapsing, Hitler was hidden in a cave. He was such a coward, he took a suicide pill. So do not think that because people offer other people to die, Hitler sent his men to their death, both in Russia and on Normandy. The German soldier, the SS, was even being arrested by Hitler's secret police because of cowardice. Hitler forced the German people to the brink of their destruction. In Japan, it led to even the atomic bomb, where they led their people to almost the annihilation of Japan. But leaders do that for their own preserve. But when they are pushed to the wall, most of them are cowards. Hitler died on suicide with his girlfriend in a cave. I want to predict to you the loudest people in Kenya today, the ones who are saying, should these young people, should they have no police force around them? Should they have no guns around them? I will tell you in their heart they are cowards. Who would be a brave man to kill a girl of 24? What kind of man are you to kill a child, a girl, and you call yourself a man, and you say that I've gone there to stop goons, yet you have robbed a grandmother of her grandchild? This is a government that should be ashamed of itself, ashamed of the bloodshed that they have caused in this country, ashamed of destroying this beautiful constitution of 2010 and trying to play with the dream of a young people. But you know, even the mightiest army can never defeat an idea whose time has come. It is a time for change, and change is inevitable.
Will the change come then with a change of guard? Because oftentimes you talk about all of these problems that are being experienced and or witnessed, that it is because the person at the top is not setting the tone. If it were to be removed, would that be the panacea to get rid of all the problems? A new leader comes in and then that's how all of this change, or are we looking at something more systemic?
And this is why we have multi-party democracies. The reason is the party structure in a democracy is as important as the individual who is a leader. Parties allow people to come in and develop ideologies and manifestos, but also to develop organizations that are principled to the extent that they also become a check on their leader. If you look at the ODM party now, in crisis, Sifuna wakes up in the morning, he talks the opposite of what Junet Mohammed is talking. On the other side of the ODM party, you've got Raila Odinga saying that they're in the grand coalition government. You've got Sifuna saying we are not. What is happening is this. The people who are elected on an ODM ticket are feeling the heat from the ground. So whether or not the guy in the top is trying to say something, the people in the ground are telling those who they have elected, we are not going to take this. Therefore, what I am saying in the future, when people arise and elect leaders, leaders become accountable to those people. Now we could recall MPs, but there has been a problem because the IBC has not been formed. There is a mechanism in the 2010 constitution to change and punish these people. There is a way through by-elections and through elections of changing the status quo. What the government has done is to conspire with the opposition. Raila Odinga and Ruto have come together to stop the democratic options available to the Kenyan people for them to deal with them democratically. And that is why the grant-based government is such a negative to the aspirations of young people. Because had there been no conspiracy between the numbers in the opposition and the government, the mechanisms exist even in parliament to be able to remove Esther Passaris, to be able to remove the likes of that in a recall election. And therefore what we are saying is that in future elections, we must ensure that the numbers of credible people who are in these political parties are more strong and organized, that no leader can run over them. And that is going to be interesting to see how leadership is no longer an issue of anointment, but a growth up process. So if a leader emerges from the people, then the likelihood of listening to the people is higher than one who is put on top, by family dynasty or otherwise.
So, you said in the beginning that there is always an opportunity for hope. There is a silver lining. And what do you see that hope to be?
Well, the first thing is that the media in Kenya must be congratulated. I saw the attempt to shut the KTN and the Standard Media Group. I saw the attempt to shut other media houses during the last protest. This is what dictators do. The first thing they do is try and control the access to information and freedom, which is contrary to the provisions of the Constitution, because persons who are not informed, people who have no information, can easily be manipulated. But the media in Kenya, to their credit, have taken the blunt, and stood firm by allowing information and opinions to be aired, even when the government does not agree. I also want to tell the country that there has also been a very good role played by some of the churches, some of the Anglican church bishops who have traditionally been silent have come out along the Catholic Church and others and have begun to give statements not just of encouragement but of moral clarity of things that are unacceptable. There has been, if you remember the last time, the international community just before the last protest coming out and giving very stern warnings and comments about what the country is doing in terms of excesses. Finally, the international media, the BBC, Al Jazeera and others have taken this matter beyond the borders of Kenya. So I want to say that collectively, and particularly the other day, I was so encouraged by social media when there was an issue of tribalism. People were trying to say, look, the protests were coming from Mount Kenya or Central Kenya. And I could see all the top bloggers in the country, led by people like Coronas Rono, who is a Kalenjin, saying, I'm Karaoke, led by Cyprian Yakundi and others who changed their name and said, we are all Kikuyus. The idea of balkanizing this country into tribal outfits and tribal regions that perpetuate this kind of retrogressive politics have been defeated by a generation that is increasingly untribal, increasingly committed to the ideals of the country. And in that hope, I see a new generation. I see a Kenya where people will be judged by the content of their character, not by the color of their skin. I see a country where men and women, in fact, a large number of women are taking their role on the streets and are becoming as courageous, if not more courageous than men. And these are young women. And in them, the hope of this country lies. And as Tony Gashoka, mimi nawapatia hongera, I ask them not to give up and to remember, yes, it is painful that even Jesus was taken to a cross, but that is the only road to salvation.
at 9 a.m. Thank you so much, Tony Gashoka, for being here this morning. He aspires to be governor of Nairobi. He says we'll come and talk about that at another time, but this has been something else we look into this morning. Thank you for being here and for being a first time in the Situation Room. We look forward to the next.
We thank you for hosting KANU, Chama cha Mama na Baba. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. At 9:01. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm La Ubaga. Nigeria's government has declared Tuesday a public holiday to honor former President Muhammadu Buhari, who died aged 82 in a London clinic on Sunday after battling ill health for years. His successor, President Bola Tinubu, who had initially declared a 7-day national mourning period, has further approved Tuesday as a holiday. Katsina State Governor Diko Rada, who returned to Nigeria on Monday after being in with Buhari's family in the British capital, said Buhari would be buried in his home state on Tuesday. He added that the corpse will arrive 12 p.m. and the burial will happen by 2 p.m. The former president's remains will be flown directly to Katsina Airport before being moved to their final resting place in his hometown of Daura. DCP Deputy Leader Cleophas Malala has slammed ODM leader Raila Odinga's call for a national dialogue between the government and the Gen Z. Speaking in an interview with SpiceFM, Malala said these are ways to fool Kenyans into stopping to defend their rights and not for the sake of solving the challenges of the youth.
Raila is suggesting that we have a conversation, a national conversation. These are normal tricks. Raila has been getting into government through those conversations. You remember IPPG, you remember the National Accord, you remember the handshake, building bridges, now broad-based. You get into some conversation which eventually favors him to get into government without responsibility. So what we are saying that these conversations are a waste of time.
Malala said that as DCP party they'll not accept any dialogue because the youth have already listed the issues they want the government to address.
As DCP, we've categorically stated that we are not part of any conversation with people who are entertaining extrajudicial killings, with people who are entertaining corruption in this country, with people who are benefiting from leakage of public funds in the
The corruption and favoritism that was taking place at the Kaloleni registration office in Kilifi County has been brought to an end. Constituency Development Commissioner Kialo Kaloki says those seeking services will no longer be frustrated, adding that corruption cases should be reported to his office.
Ningependa kuambia wazazi wale ambao wajichukulia watoto birth certificates kwa sababu uoga ulikuwa hata ukienda utaitishwa pesa hii, ukienda uitishwa pesa nyingine hii, ukienda uzungushwe mwezi mzima. Tafadhali kujeni Kaloleni ofisi ya civil registration, mambo yamebadilika. Na ile pesa utaitishwa ni ile pesa ya receipt peke yake. Pesa nyingine ya kuambiwa nipewe ni kufukishia namba, hiyo tumemalizana nayo. Tumefukuza almost 6 brokers ambao wamekuwa wakihangaisha wananchi. Kwa hivyo kujeni kwa ofisi na mtapata huduma. Mzazi wote ambaye atakuja kwa hiyo ofisi apate kuna challenge. Ofisi ya DCC iko tu mita kama 30.
Police in Embu have arrested a suspect in connection with a break-in and theft incident at the Fidenza School of Nursing in Kieni, which occurred last night. Authorities say unknown intruders vandalized the students' canteen and made away with assorted shop items, including an electric water pump. The suspect, believed to be involved in the burglary, is set for arraignment. And finally, in the international scene, a nighttime fire at a nursing home has left 9 people dead in the north northeastern U.S. state of Massachusetts, and after a desperate rescue operation, Fall River Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon told reporters that the fire that broke out Sunday at an assisted living facility in the city of Fall River was an unspeakable tragedy. Bacon added that one person remains in critical condition. Over 30 were taken to hospitals and at least a dozen were saved in a rescue requiring ladders. 5 fighters who were injured in the blaze have already been released from the hospital. That's the news wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Odambo that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, taking a look at what's happening with traffic. Busy in the city this morning, and it's been quite something. As you come off a Thika Superhighway, that has reduced significantly, and now we're just seeing a little bit of traffic as you head towards Pangani at the underpass. Let's take a look at Mombasa Road, which is going to be a pain point for a lot of folks this morning. And do we see traffic? It has reduced significantly as people are still heading out. We'll still see a little bit of that as you head towards Capital Centre. And then on Uhuru Highway, getting into the city, James Gishuru on the other side of things, busy but not too bad as we cross over towards Westlands. All right, we'll see what happens as we come out of traffic hour in no time. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Good morning. At 9 minutes after 9 o'clock, it's into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday morning, and getting into a conversation right about education, but not in the academics of it, but to see what happens between the protectionist policies for students when it comes to teachers. Tell you a little bit about that when we connect in a bit. Well, we're connecting on a different platform now.
Oh yes, and think of internet speeds, and you're surfing the internet, enjoying watching movies, you're streaming these show right now with no buffering, no lagging of the videos. And I'm talking about Safaricom 5G. Get yourself a router that will ensure that you enjoy those speeds. And it's only 2,999 Kenya shillings to just get you started. So wherever you are, if it's in your office, you're at home, whatever, you're in your car, you're traveling, enjoy those fast speeds at any given time. Where can you get this router? Safaricom shop, any Safaricom shop, masoko.com or Quickmart supermarket, or dial star 400 hash and make that switch. Safaricom feels good to be home.
Absolutely. And now when you have a little bit of wealth and you start to build it, how do you go about it?
Yes, and we're just telling you that wealth isn't just what you earn or invest, it's what you pass on now. And for many high net worth individuals, legacy and value matters just as much as capital. At Standard Chartered Priority Banking, they go beyond numbers. Their team helps you with estate planning, ensuring your wealth transfers seamlessly while also preserving the values you hold dear. In a world that's constantly shifting economically, politically, even tax-wise, adapting to change is crucial. With Standard Chartered, you're not reacting, you're prepared. This is about more than financial success. It's about sustained, intentional wealth. Start your journey today. Email wealth.ke@sc.com, because if not now, then when? Now is your time for wealth.
Indeed it is, and across a number of other things as well. We're talking this morning about student safety versus teachers' authority and where authority ends and protection begins. Joining us in the studio this morning, two gentlemen. Silas David Obuhatsa is the national chairman of the Parents Association of Kenya, and Nabi Nyamweya is the member of parliament for Lugari constituency, as well as the member of the education committee. Gentlemen, good morning to you both.
Good morning. Morning to you.
Good morning. Karibu sana to both of you. We want to get into a conversation this morning. It's a bit of a sticky one, but we're going to do it anyway because it needs to happen. But before we do that, Dennis is going to welcome you both with a proverb from a country that he'll share, and we'd like to get your interpretation of that proverb.
So the country we're in today is Nigeria, a country that has over 250 ethnic groups, and three major ethnic groups, that is the Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, and the Igbo. Now, religious diversity of the country is wide. They have Islam, which is dominant in the northern part, especially among the Hausa. Christianity is dominant in the south and middle belt, that is among the Yoruba and the Igbo, and we have a significant population practicing traditional African religions. Now, hospitality and community in the country, Nigerians are considered to be friendly individuals, and even as we talk about them being friendly, there's always a fight of jollof, who has the best jollof, and we've agreed Nigeria has the best jollof. You know, we do not want that fight in the studio today. But then again, let's just talk about the proverb that we get from Nigeria. The child who washes his hands eats with the elders. The child who washes his hands eats with the elders. I'll start with you, Silas. How would you interpret that?
May I say good morning to all the parents in this country and the government at large. That proverb is tough. The child who does what?
Washes his hands, eats with the elders.
I would understand in a way that a child who understands himself or herself will have a bright future. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, the word elders in African community hold a special place in society. For you to be admitted to sit on the table of the elders, you must have certain mannerisms. And that is what this proverb is saying, that if you live within the confines of the community's rules and regulations, then you are acceptable to the wider society.
Indeed.
Yeah.
If you live within the rules and regulations,
Yes.
you'll be accepted.
Yes.
Yes, there's a procedure, there's a process for everything, isn't it?
Exactly.
To be followed.
Exactly.
Well, definitely a good one, for sure. Thank you both for joining us this morning. And we actually having this conversation, not just over recent happenings, but over behavior that seems to have compacted impacted over time? And then we have to ask the questions about boundaries that have been set between teachers and the students. When students go to school, they don't leave on their own and decide, I'm going to school. They do so under the shepherding of the secondary stakeholder in the education process, which is the parents. The primary stakeholder being the student. The secondary stakeholder being the parents who send their children to school. They are received by a system, education, whether it is the school administration, and then as you move further up, you look at the ministry, and then the government, the world at large, like that. The assumption and the hope is that when these children are presented to school, the custodians of care, being the teachers, the administration, if they're in a boarding school, house managers, all of these things will take care of the children. Under the authority, yes, but we're asking the question today that where do the lines stop? Whereby I do what a teacher or one who is in custody over me at the time that I'm in school, or where then we start to get into a blended dangerous area, which we have seen in the last days. Of course, we'll give rise to the examples that we're talking about. But let's start off with this question. And we can take it for both. Are there clearly demarcated lines in the understanding of everybody when this child goes to school, whether it is a day school or whether they finish and go to a boarding school? Is there a clear demarcation and understanding by all parties of who protects this child and to what extent?
Yes.
We can start with you, sir.
First of all, there are two words here, authority and protection. And you just began by explaining in a very clear way that we have the primary and the secondary parties here. We have the parent and the child. First of all, I'll say that a child's protection begins at home in the kitchen, where the child comes from. The parents have the right and ownership of the child. They understand. So as the child leaves the home, they want to go to school. Let me begin even at the preschool. The parents understand that the child needs protection and cover. And the authority at that time is in the hands of the parents. When the child is leaving, the authority to go to school. When the child crosses into the school compound, hand over to the teachers, the protection and authority of cover of that child is in the hands of the teachers within that compound where the child goes to school. Because the parent is not there now. He has handed over. It's like the way assistant chief hands over a criminal to the police. Once the criminals have been given to the police, they take over from the what? The assistant chief. So when the parent hands over the children to the hands of the teachers, be it at the primary school level, at the secondary school level, when the children are within the school compound, they are under the guiding of the school administration, boards of management, the teachers, the cooks in the schools, even the dogs within that compound. They know that we have students in this area. They are covered and they are protected. So, when we look at what is happening right now, I think as you go in that, I want to say this, that we have Kenya as a country. Our country has signed both local and international instruments on the child protection. We have the Convention on the Rights of Children, which clearly speaks about the boundaries and protection of the children. The African Charter on the Child's Right. We have the Kenyan Constitution 2010 speaking on the protection of the child. We have the Children's Act. And we have what we call the Sexual Offensive Act.
Offences Act, yes.
Yes. And this act, the last one, speaks loudly on the boundaries, especially how a child in school should be treated. And therefore, its authority and its power given. The Teachers Service Commission Code of Conduct for Teachers clearly explains the work that teachers are supposed to do, their roles. So with all these instruments in place, what we are seeing happening in some of our schools, even at home, to the children, it leaves the world in a dilemma.
Okay, we'll go into the details. Let's hear from you, Mheshimiwa, what are your thoughts about where these boundaries? I mean, it's clear there are protocols that have been signed, they've been ratified within country and then externally as well on a global scale. So the country has said we're going to do this. Teachers sign a code of conduct when they start. Should we have blurred lines?
First of all, I want to invite our audience to join us in this discussion, because it is a discussion that touches on the core of society. It's not just about the child. It is about the moral fabric of the Kenyan community. Whereas you've said you have two key participants here, the primary and secondary, you are leaving out a very critical actor in the whole of this government. Because government is there as a regulator to ensure that both the rights of the child and the rights of the teacher in the relationship of education are protected. And I want to say this. Article 53 of our Constitution talks about free and compulsory education, basic education. But it also identifies a critical issue, which I would want us to look at: parental care and protection. That is Article 53, 1E, that every child has a right to parental care and protection, which includes equal responsibility of the mother and father to provide for the child. Now, if you read that together with Article D, which says every child has the right to be protected from abuse, neglect, harmful cultural practice, and all forms of violence, inhuman treatment, and punishment, then it puts us into a new context that the government must take responsibility to implement that article of the Constitution. And it does that using certain tools. And my brother here has said one of them. The Educational Act, which stipulates how a school should be and how it should be run. The Children Act, which specifies the rights of children and the punishment that comes with those who infringe on the rights of the children. But more importantly, the Teacher Service Commission Act, which stipulates what is the role of a teacher, including taking over the parental care once the child crosses the gate of the school into school. The parent transfers the parental care. The teacher becomes the custodian.
It's called in locus parentis.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They assume, we say in anthropology, they assume a motherly role that is symbiotically transferred because of their role.
Okay.
Now, what has happened in this country is that in ensuring that we have a seamless education for our children, and I say this with a lot of humility, parents have abdicated duty.
I'm going to stop you and ask you a question there. How do we connect the abdication of parents' duty when a child is in school and a teacher, and not just in one instance, but over and over and over again, to multiple students over years, has gone beyond the lines of in loco parentis and has had sexual relations with children to the point of even marrying an ex-student. How do we see that the abdication of a parent's duties is the reason why a teacher would do that to girls, for example, over the course of 2 decades? That's just one example, because when this example came to light, did we see social media? It was awash, and everybody said, this happens in this school, and it's happening in this school, and it has been happening in this school by teachers. So is this the abdication? Is this as a result of the abdication of a parent's responsibility?
Very well. That's where I'm coming. Where I'm coming from. Why I say it is abdication that has led to this inhuman behavior, metamorphosing to what it is. Number one, if the parents were close to their children, they should have nipped it in the bud at that early stage. How? When a child is in school, you are provided for various avenues when to go to school to find out how your child is doing. And I've been to schools. I'm talking as a person who has gone to schools. The parents come to school and they are in a hurry. They don't want even to have a one-on-one with their own children. Number two, if you look at this story of alliance, let me be very clear, because that's the story that is. Are you telling me that all these children were so naive not to share with their parents?
Yes.
For all these years, that tells you a story that as parents, we have failed our own children.
Mr. Nabi, how would you respond to the word grooming in the sense that it is a crime? And let me just go deeper into what grooming means. Grooming is a process where an adult builds a false sense of trust or friendship with a minor in order to, 1, gain access, 2, lower the child's defenses, and 3, prepare them for abuse, usually sexual or exploitative. We talk about an adult taking advantage of a minor, manipulates them, and puts them into these box that they're able to take care of their feelings and manipulate them to where they want them. At that point, how have parents abdicated? Doesn't this fall squarely on the floor and the footsteps of an adult who's taking advantage of a minor?
Do you know, let me explain this way. I told you, you have a biological parent here, and you have a presumptive parent here. And this presumptive parent is headed by a person called a head of institution or a principal. In this case of Alliance, the principal of the high school. The principal assumes the overall parental duty. For God's sake, over the years, there is no day Alliance has had a principal for a month. The principals have lasted for several years. As a parent, the principal failed to take his responsibility in understanding a child. We have even maids in our own homes. If you don't take time to understand the relationship between your own child and the maid can mess up the child.
And there's never that it's not possible. And I'd like to hear from you as well, Obuhata, because there's no time that we could actually see cases of this whereby there is possibly deliberate intent to shut down the story so that it doesn't come out into the public. Because I am still wondering, because we know the psychology of children. Yeah. We know the psychology of children. We know that fear is used as a tool and is weaponized against children for them not to speak up for fear that something could actually happen to them. It is a live reality in schools today. For goodness sake, some kids are not even able to tell their parents that a teacher castigated them in class over their own marks. Exactly. And here we are talking about something as intimate as sexual abuse, and the shame that they feel to be able to open their mouth to somebody who is their peer is difficult. Talk less of somebody who is an authority over them. Who fails?
Thank you, my friends. I want to say this. I want to begin by responding back to what Honorable Mheshimiwa has said here, that parents are failing their duties. Parents have not failed. I will begin from there, because parents have their own roles to play. Parents take you to school. Parents love their children, care for them. Parents want their children protected. If I take my child to Alliance Girls High School, after I hand over the child to the security person at the gate, my limitation ends there. Unless now if I'm invited, or when there's a visiting day when I can go to school and listen, or when there is something like fee payment that requires me to go there, I have no any other authority to trespass in the school and go and investigate what is happening to my child without official invitation. So parents, when they take their children to school, they entrust the children in the hands of the teachers. Schools have administrations. They are principals, highly qualified, they are professionals. They understand these instruments I've talked about. Schools have boards of management and PTAs that sit and make decisions, including the discipline of the students and the teachers. And I said that even the dogs in the school compound understand, they smell that the school has administration that is either a positive administration or a negative what? Administration, they know that. Ask yourself, my sister here and my brothers, how could a teacher use his private vehicle and sneak the children out of the compound through a gate that is protected? What is the work of the security officer at the gate in the first place? And yet when the parents go to school, even personally, I have to remove my phone. I almost have to remove my trousers, even my inner wear for him to check and see that I'm an innocent person. And here, he is allowing children to be sneaked out of the school in a private vehicle. What role has a parent got to play there? Parents not there. Secondly, with whose authority is this teacher having the children in his or in her vehicle privately? With whose authority? Does the school management allow that?
Or in
25 years. 25 years along the line. 25 years. My son, firstborn son, is 25 years. He's not an accountant. Do you know how old he is? How can this happen for 25 years in a school where there is a board of management, where there is a principal, where there are teachers? And it's happening in silence. Now, when it comes to children, we are talking about a child. We are not talking about a mature person. These are children whose brains are still growing. They are still developing. And children, even if they are given sweets, they will keep quiet and they will not say. They will not say, even if they are in pain, they will not say that they suffered. Because really, you can never know what was behind this. The children even have been given things like alcohol when this is happening. So when they realize that things like this have happened to them, it's an embarrassment. They can't even tell the public. They even fear. Some parents are as wild as what? Foxes in the bush. When a child is closest to this, it will be, is you and the teacher. You knew this very well. But the child is innocent. So the question is, who is supposed to protect the child when within the school premises? And in this case, at Alliance High School, who failed? Where these things happened for 25 years? Who failed? The question goes back. Where was the school administration? The principal? Where were the teachers? Where were the school prefects? Where were the school security officers? Even the cooks? Where were they for 25 years? Now, the story is coming out. And you hear again, the same person being involved owns a woman from that school. You want to tell me that the wife didn't know this? She could not even disclose to her own friends outside that my husband could be doing this. Are you seeing this? So we cannot blame parents that they fail. Here, the failure is exactly to the school administration and the board of management. They must come clear and explain to the public when all these things were happening. Where were they? They should be held responsible for that one.
I think there is a misunderstanding, a conceptual misunderstanding of what I'm saying. And I want to explain to my brother here to understand. Even that board of management you are talking about, there is a representative of parents. That board of management you are talking about.
That's what I'm saying. They should be held responsible.
Let me tell you.
I've said that.
And that's what I'm saying.
I've said.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
And this person called the principal.
Yes.
Why do we subject our rights of children to them? Because we are assuming they are going to take up the parental role. That's number one. That's what you must understand. They are supposed to take up a parental role.
They are professionals.
Yes. Number two,
yes.
You are also forgetting a very critical thing. That for a school of a C1 school a national school of Alliance Nature, it is not just anyone who gets to that board. It is who in this country. Number 3, you are forgetting that we live in a culture.
Yes.
And this is what I'm blaming you for. Because the parental culture, the community culture, is where we are not allowing the children to speak about what sex. They can't speak about the molestation because they will be looked at negatively. And that the cultural practice of shutting discussion about this has allowed, in fact, the culture of Alliance Girls. Also look at who has come through Alliance Girls. The big boys, the big girls in society. They don't want to talk about their school. They don't want their school issues to come out. So it is a whole communal failure. Please, government has failed here. For this to have gone on all this long.
And this is the one that is in the
Ministry of Education that has a department of quality assurance.
And I want to say, Mheshimiwa, that this is, I beg your pardon for the interjection, but this is not just this school that we are speaking about. It happens to be this school that has come out in the open. But there are many, many other examples who have started to chatter because of this case of just 2 weeks ago.
Forget, this was male, female. We have had, just a minute, we have had cases where boys are molested.
Yes.
In school.
It's currently happening.
Yes. And that's why I'm saying, as a community, as a country, as a nation, we must go back and ask ourselves, what is it that we are not doing that cannot allow the child to come and report? Because elsewhere, children report.
But I'm sorry.
We have seen it in South Africa. A child of 7 years, when a teacher tried to touch, the child went wild. What is it that we have done so wrong that a child is molested from Form 1 to Form 4, girls are 18 years.
But you see, Mr. Nyamweya, as we talk about the children who come out to speak, we also must take cognizance of the fact that we're talking about psychological manipulation here. Even in jurisdictions where children do speak, not everyone speaks. We must lay blame where it belongs. Here we talk about the systemic failures that we have in these institutions in matters of making sure that these children are taken care of. The teachers have failed to take the responsibilities of taking care of these children while in these institutions. And even while at that, then again goes to the regulator, TAC. What are they doing in terms as the regulator in making sure that quality assurance is checked in rotation every other time to ensure that these matters come to the fore? So we must lay blame on the teachers who have failed parents, who have donated responsibility to them to take care of the children. No?
I should say this.
Yeah.
Let us have the truth on the table.
Before you do that, Mr. Bohatsa, I just want to bring out something that I think is very important for us to take into consideration here. That we are all, and to an extent, to kind of buffer the point that Mheshimiwa has brought up here, that we are operating in systems for which silence is being used as a tool.
Exactly.
And the problem that a lot have been faced with, I mean, for goodness sake, these are schools that tell you not to tell your parents if you are sick. If you're sick, physiologically unwell, you're not allowed to pick up the phone and call your parents and say, I am unwell. Go and talk to the nurse first of all, and they will do the due diligence after that. So silence, unfortunately, has been weaponized over and over again. So now, as you bring in your submission, when we say that we should have this, whereby we are encouraging this hush-hush mentality, there's no way, girl, boy, across board is going to come and speak out about something that is so dehumanizing to them, especially at that age, which by your own admission, they're not even formed.
Yeah, so let me come back to this. I want to speak about one thing that Mheshimiwa has said. The government has policies. The work of the government is to formulate policies. And the work of, in the teaching force, the work of the teachers is to implement. The heads of the institutions are there to implement the policies that the minister has put in place. Now, Teacher Service Commission has put a very clear code of conduct in place. self-explanatory. Chapter 6 of the Kenyan Constitution speaks about integrity, how one should carry himself or herself. Teachers are professionals. And therefore, that's why I'm still insisting that when parents hand over the children to the teachers, they know that they're handing over their children to the right people, to their brothers, to their sisters, to their mothers and fathers, because these teachers are also parents, where they come from. There's no teacher in any school, be it a national school or a county school or a sub-county school or a village school, who would want to hear that his or her own children was molested by a fellow teacher. There is no parent who want to hear that, even just that thing being mentioned to the child, that maybe there can be those advances. I'm a teacher by profession, and I've worked under the Teacher Service Commissioner Code of Conduct for 29 years. And even to some extent, the Teacher Service Commissioner produced a brochure to the teachers to read, and would say that don't look at a student in a manner that is likely to suggest that you can have those advances. Teachers have that. So why should a teacher cross a boundary to that extent? But the big question is 25 years. What was happening in this school within those 25 years? These people who are coming out with these things yesterday, where have they been? And most of them are old
students.
They are all students of those schools.
They should be charged.
They must have they must have gone through that. They were quiet.
But guys,
just before that, what has gone prompting them to come out and bring this as at a late hour like this one? Secondly, they are going there to demonstrate like hooligans. What's the demonstration? They already, the children have been messed about. Even if they demonstrate, what are you showing to the public? Well, instead of saying, we have been in this school, I was here this year, I should have had one of them saying, I was here in 2018 and I never saw this. Yes. You had one say that? Did you hear about it?
No.
They never say.
They say,
I was here.
So molested me.
Yeah, nobody says that. And they are all folks of this school. This school. Alliance High School is one of the most, Alliance Girls is one of the most highly respected schools, both locally and internationally. It's like a campus that is equal to those campuses in the US. And when this kind of stuff comes out, even the parents may fear to talk about it because the name of the school will be destroyed. Now, if the parents cannot talk about it, the former girls of the school cannot talk about it, but the teachers cannot talk about it, the cooks cannot talk about it, how do you expect a child of 12 years old to open up and say I was molested?
Impossible.
Do you know how it began? You don't know where it began from. The question I'm still insisting is, how did the children leave the gate to go for this? Was that in the school compound, in the open? Nobody saw that?
It's alleged that he's got a house on the compound. So.
No, I think, allow me to say something.
Yes.
And this is what I try to get involved in one of the schools in my constituency. Something happened that a child who was supposed to be in school was not in school, was found in an accident with a teacher. The child had the child did not have permission to be out of the school. The teacher was supposed to be in school.
Is it a working day?
It was a Saturday. So I got to know. So I asked TSC to get involved. I asked the local administration to get involved. As we were just finalizing the process, the disciplinary process, the fact-finding process, first, the parents of the child decides to hide the child, get the child not accessible to the sub-county director of education. Completely. So I get involved. I ask the chief, you must produce this child. By the time the child is coming, all the other things we need to do, you can't do them. Medically, you can't do them because it is out of time. Then I insist we must get to the bottom of this. Then the child comes, the parents has tutored the child. The child comes to say, I was feeling unwell, so I was going home. Mwalimu picked me on a motorbike, and unfortunately, we got an accident. Two questions I asked. There were this hospital here, there's this one here. Why were you heading You have passed these 2 hospitals. You are going to the farthest end.
Were you asking the child this?
Yeah. No, I'm asking the teacher.
Person. Okay, the child.
I'm asking the teacher. I mean, the teacher says, the child said, I want to go to this hospital. So we ask the mother, were you aware your daughter was sick? No. The father, were you aware your daughter was sick? No. Unfortunately for us, the teachers have a collective bargaining agreement. And one of the bargainable issues in that is disciplinary process. No admission from the child. The parents are protective of the child and they don't think the teacher was wrong. Where do you go?
I think
the medical test we should have done to see whether there was sexual intercourse. The child is being found 5 days after. Doctors are telling us this is not doable.
I'd like to come in at this point and ask questions around the predatory nature of, and this is what will form the basis of this conversation today, that what lines are being drawn, that we are not honoring the boundaries that have been set when it comes to what should be happening in schools, where children are given to teachers by their parents to then do 2 things: to teach them in an academic nature and to guard them in a fostering nature. Why are we not addressing the predatory nature of some teachers on children that has happened for years? You can't tell me, number one, that school administration is unaware, because I can sneeze today, right now, and by the end of the day, somebody else catches a cold. It is not possible that within a controlled environment, like a boarding school, for example, that something like that happens, and other teachers, by your own admission, Mr. Obuhatsa, that people know, they talk to each other. Even if they don't know the act of that day, for example, there will be chatter, there will be rumors, it will spread. It is not possible that for 20 years, it's not possible that for 20 days, 20 days, something happened and we are quiet.
Hear this.
Why do we have this predatory nature, and why do we have it greeted by silence? For no reason should we ever blame the children. Never. They're the victims here. Never.
I know what my brother wanted to say first. I don't know whether I can go back.
What I wanted to say first, in line with the argument that some of these girls have taken 20 years to finally speak, and victim blaming goes that direction when you're dealing with somebody who, if you go through that act and understand the kind of trauma that then somebody goes through, and they keep these things to themselves for years, and they can only find strength to now speak when they realize, okay, there are others who are the boldness and the courage to now speak, let me join in and speak. Victims of sexual abuse go through this trauma. And so it doesn't matter whether it's 1 day, 1 week, 1 year. Somebody can stay up to 40 years or even 50 years without even speaking of something that they went through when they were 5. So the argument that why did they take this time is neither here nor there. I want to draw your attention to a feedback system that we used to have in schools when I was in school back then. I don't know whether all schools had this, where there was a teacher, specific teacher, and this teacher was from the guidance and counseling, where if you have any issues, you go and speak to this teacher. If it is an issue we're going through at home, maybe it's a parental issue, if it's a teacher issue, you openly went to speak to this particular teacher, and this teacher will talk to you. I don't know what happened to that feedback system. In Cape Town, there's a school where an incident like this happened. And what they ended up doing is girls were taught, and it's not the parents who did this, it's the school, because once the child gets into the school, it's the school that can design programs and can come up with conversations of how do we secure these girls. And so the feedback system was in such a way that if a teacher comes close to you to whisper to your ear, touches you in an appropriate way, and this is how inappropriate will look like, the students are told to write directly, and this is an independent person in the school who receives this feedback. Why can't we have those kind of feedback mechanisms in our schools then?
Okay. Yes, I want to respond to what you said. First of all, let me come back and respond to what you have said. That these 25 years might have taken because some of these old girls or old mamas of this school were taking their time to think that they can now reveal this out. Can you be sick? You have a stomach pain for 25 years, and you're waiting that you have to go for 25 years to speak about it? These are all students of this school. They know that they have been going through this for the last years, and they know that the current students who are there, Form 1s, 12 years old, are going to go through this pain, and they are keeping quiet. So what provoked them to come and reveal this at this late hour? They should have been, just a minute, they should have been held responsible. The person who came with this out, first of all, starts to be held responsible. Secondly, we have said...
Sorry, hold who responsible?
No, I'm sorry. She did. We need to be very clear on this, that she did actually come out, but there was a court order that gagged her from speaking out. That she wanted to come out in a very, very clear manner, but the subject, the teacher that is being mentioned at this part, actually went to court and got a court order to gag her from speaking. That's clear.
Just let me put this thing in context. I'm actually seized with that issue. And I have a lot of documentation to that issue. There is an aspect you are not getting what he's saying. Forget about this one who came up. There are many others.
There are many more.
Yes. And my problem is 7 of them, having gone through this, have taken their own children there. 7 of them. They are telling us they have their own. You've gone through this animal fellow. I call him an animal. And you still want to trust your child. That's why I'm telling you, you people are not addressing the issue. The issue here is moral decadence of the society. Everybody is a contributor to this thing.
Correct.
We are better off keeping quiet because we will destroy our school. We are better off keeping quiet because we will destroy our own status.
Mr. Nabi, let me just add this there. There's something that Dennis has just shared, which is in terms of trauma. And trauma leads to several issues, and among them is guilt, shame, and helplessness. And no one in this room can tell how long one would deal with these issues until when they can come out to speak. When we talk about moral decadence that there is, the women that went through this process,
can you explain?
It is only them who understand what happened to them and the shame, the guilt and helplessness that they feel. If they speak 25 years later, it is right for them to speak then. We cannot trivialize
my brother,
them.
my brother,
can you explain to me? Can you explain to me why you would then want to take your own child to be subjected to the same?
Let's do this in some order.
I need to understand this.
Let's do this in some order, Mr. Obuhatsa, please.
Yes, I still want to deny what you're saying.
Yeah,
a mature person taking a criminal offense under bed for 25 years is dangerous. We are talking of children, and I still repeat, these are children that do not understand themselves. Like now, madam and my brothers here, we are heading to transition of grade 9 to senior school. Are you going to tell me that the junior girls that are coming from primary school, these are green children going to senior school at Alliance High School, Alliance girls? Someone will keep quiet when they are being molested for 25 years to come and speak 25 years later because of shame? What shame is that? If you can't speak shame out, then the shame will eat you. So, it would have been better for them to keep quiet because maybe they enjoyed that for 25 years.
Oh wow! No, you can't say that.
No, let me finish.
Can't say that.
Let me finish first. Allow me this. We are here. That's why Mweshima is saying here clearly. We must hit the nail on the head. We want to understand the 25 years. We are coming back to this point. 7 people come out and speak about this matter. Even if there's a court order, ask yourself, what was this court order talking about? What was it protecting? This is a criminal who has gone to court to get court orders. The DCI is there. He should have picked the court orders and to have gone through the investigations on this matter. They will never just have looked at that there are orders. Now, I come back here. Let me come to the parents. I have said that parents have their roles to play. One of the roles is to get the children to school, provide the basic needs, and provide the love and care when the children are in their hands at home. When their children are in school, parents access the children with only authority of the school. That's where the other authority is coming in. And you go to some schools, even when a teacher is sitting here, and I'm sitting here, I'm the parent, this is my son, and the class teacher is there, who is raising my child, is sitting there, wants to hear what I'm telling my child. Do you think my child will open up and tell me, Daddy, this fellow is molesting me, when he's sitting there? He's attending my child, will not do that. Secondly, let me give you an example. This is not the Alliance Girls School that I have seen 40 years ago when I was in Mango High School. I'm an old boy of Mango High School. And we had that relationship with the Alliance Boys and Alliance Girls. Alliance Girls High School, the whole compound is like a ward that you can walk 40 kilometers within the compound freely. One day I went there for drama, and you were allowed that during A-levels. We would go and pick the girls and walk around, our sisters, not molesting them. And our school bus left us. The driver went and left us. I was left in Alliance Girls High School up to 8 p.m. Would I have taken advantage of those girls because I was left there in the darkness that I messed them up? I'm an outsider. These were my sisters. So we are saying, if a teacher at Alliance Girls High School, a teacher of that caliber, of that professional kind of conduct, can mess the children, what about a teacher in a school in the village called Naperekea? What do those teachers do? They have nothing to do with that. So we should not blame the parents. Secondly, I say Teacher Service Commission has put a very good code of conduct in place that the teachers have gone through, and they know it's illegal, it's dangerous, and it's worse. Even just look at a child with an eye that suggests that you can do what?
Sure.
You can wing an eye. Where is this teacher getting that courage before the school administration?
The silence is giving courage.
Yeah, before the other teachers who are sitting there. Okay, ask yourself, if this teacher can do this to the children on the staff, what about the teachers among the teachers themselves? Could there be something else also happening that we are not understanding? Again, you can question that. How is their moral character? So here we are saying, let us not hide this thing. We have the alumni. Alliance Girls has one of the strongest alumni team. And alumni in any school, I'm telling you, I chair the Mango High School alumni board.
They are the victim.
When we go to Mango, where I go, my friend, I am like the father of the school, because the students understand us. How we relate. The student can come and tell me, do you know yesterday, my friend, my neighbor stole my piece of bread? Because it's free with me, they understand me. But if you're an alumni who has gone through this kind of character and you are quiet, do you think the students will tell you? They will not tell you.
I have a question to both of you.
Yes.
If one is suffering from trauma, how long should they take to deal with the trauma and finally come out?
We are not doctors to tell that one. I can say that.
I have a question.
But I want to say this.
So if
the question you're asking,
if you cannot give that answer here, then what makes it wrong for someone to stay with their trauma for 25 years, going through their troubles and speaking 25 years later?
Listen.
Why blame a victim and not the perpetrator?
Listen. We are saying, that's what he's saying here. We are saying, you have been bitten by a dog, but passing here, you are suffering, you have the pain. Somebody else is coming. Even when you're standing on the other side of the bridge, you can say, please, that place is dangerous. Don't walk there. There's something wrong. Even if I'm in pain, I suffered, I don't have to go and say I suffered. I'll go and say I have evidence that the students in this school are suffering, and I have evidence I can table. Go and say that. Don't say that you suffered. You can say I have evidence. Like now it has come out. Whether they suffered 25 years or not, it has been known. Can they hide?
My brother,
hide this.
My take on this is this. Why this issue of Alliance Girls is unforgivable for me.
From the teacher's aspect or from the victims?
From these people have come up many years after is this. I would understand your trauma issue if they did not then subject their own children. Now, you've been to this school. 25 down the line, you take your daughter to that school. And you are coming up to tell us, yes, this was happening. Now, I cannot, and you have not come up, when you are taking up this child, your own daughter to this school, to say, look, principal, as I bring my girl here, there is this bad behavior that has been going on in this school. Can we help each other to solve it? Even if you don't want to publicize yourself. But what steps have you taken to help? There's a saying in my mother tongue, and I want to tell you guys that when chickens go out there and they get eaten by mongoose, you blame the mongoose and blame the chicken also. And this is where I'm coming from. Secondly, I've told you why this is not an alliance issue only, is a societal problem where people don't want to speak the negatives of an institutions they are attached to. So the children come here, they are conditioned. The children are conditioned. They come and fit into a culture a wrong culture, they are conditioned not even to come and speak. Now, even the board, even the parents association gets conditioned. If you come up as a parent in a meeting, have been to meetings, a parent who want to ask a question, unatumalizia wakati, unataka kuharibu shule. I remember an issue in St. Joseph's, Kitale, of 10,000 shillings being paid. And one parent asked, this money, there's no receipt, can we account for? The other parents wanted to, because the school has conditioned everybody. And this is why I'm saying the structures of government, the structures of government must be the ones that can help unravel this. The quality assurance team, both in the ministry and TSC, the quality assurance team in the school. My brother here was talking about a feedback mechanism. And I want to tell you, look at this fellow. He positioned himself as CU, patron. Look at where he has put the moral place. He puts himself. You have not asked yourself the question, what about if the career and counseling fellow is the predator? What about if he's the one? So how will the feedback come in? And I've gone further to tell you, one of the mistakes we have done as a country is to allow the issue of discipline to be a negotiable issue.
I think that if we start going in that direction, we'll probably end this show at midday. And unfortunately, our time has run out and we need to continue because that's a whole another kettle of fish that if we get into now, surely time definitely wouldn't allow us. We leave this hanging. As we do with some conversations, because it can't end now, and it's still an issue, whether we bring in the academics, whether we bring in the societal, whether we bring in the justice, and it must continue. But want to thank you both, gentlemen,
but
for
I
joining
wish you allow me
us
to say something to close.
Because our
Just
time has actually run out.
Quickly, we should also be talking about solutions to this problem.
Absolutely, which is why I said the conversation.
We are not going to leave it here as we are sitting here today. If I go out, the parents will ask me, so what did you suggest as a solution?
I'll give you 10 seconds.
One thing is, the government must allow TSC to send guiding and counseling teachers to schools, all schools, before the junior school children can transit to grade 10, because they should be protected, guiding and counseling. Few question, there are schools that are so strict to parents. Parents cannot walk in, they cannot talk to the children, and yet they also took the children there. There should be mechanisms of feedback, as my brother said here. Let us have the children and their parents, when they go visiting schools, discussing, sitting and working as a team. Finally, the school management, the school administration, the school supporting staff, and any other person, we must have what you call parental empowerment and engagement of all those people. They must go through disaster preparedness, management, and prevention. What you're talking about, these are disasters. They have been there. We still have more in waiting.
Absolutely.
We want parents to be involved in issues of school management by the Ministry of Education. Parents have, as key stakeholders. If parents were fully involved in these matters, some of these things will have come out.
The National Chairman of the Parents Association of Kenya is Silas David Obuhatsa. Our time is up. And Nabi Nyamweya, Member of Parliament for Lugari and member of the Education Committee.
To make
I beg your pardon, our time has actually come up this morning. And that's why I said conversations that will continue later. Thank you both for being here this morning at 3 minutes past 10.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga. We're among 9 countries that will benefit from the rollout of a new injectable HIV preventive medication called lenacapavir.